8:05, and this is, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead and start the recording, please. Okay, I think we're recording. Good morning, everyone. It is now 8:06, and this is a regularly scheduled meeting of the Tennessee Architects and Engineers Board of Examiners. Day 2. This morning, we're going to be kicking off with a review of our grants program. Mr. Heathcote will give us a kind of an update on the program, where things stand right now, how it works. Then we will move into an update from recipients of the program, most of which are present today online. They will be in voice only. We don't have the video capabilities set up. There are a couple who are present, and they will deliver remarks from the podium, which is right over here. And then any other conversation that needs to be had about the grants program. There'll be some Q&A time for members of the board to interact with the deans who are present and presenting. And so with that, if Mr. Tibbs, if you would give us a call to order, I'll take a quick roll, and then we can begin.
Okay. I'd like to call this month's meeting of the Board of Architectural Engineering Examiners to order.
Thank you, sir. Quick roll call. Mr. Tibbs.
Here.
Mr. Burside.
Here.
Mr. Brickta.
They can't hear us. Caleb said they can't hear us.
We're going to pause just for a second. We have some audio issues. Todd, apparently they can't hear us online. Good morning. For those of you who are on the live stream, we're experiencing some technical difficulties with our in-house audio. Please bear with us. We will get started as soon as possible. Thank you. And let's go ahead and start recording via WebEx.
Michael, WebEx is recording.
Thank you, Laura. Okay. Take 2. Tennessee Architects and Engineers Board of Examiners meeting, regularly scheduled meeting for October 7th. We did just have a call to order, but let's just go ahead and we'll kind of restart the whole thing here. So, Mr. Tibbs, would you give us a call to order, and then I'll take a quick roll call, and we'll move into our agenda.
I'll always right thing. Yes, I'd like to bring this month's meeting of the Board of Architectural and Engineering Examiners to order.
Thank you, sir. Start with a roll call. Mr. Tibbs.
Here.
Mr. Burside.
Here.
Mr. Bricktop. Here. Mr. Parker.
Here.
Mr. Campbell. Mr. Campbell's absent. Mr. Barrick. Mr. Barrick is absent. Ms. Doss.
Here.
Mr. Thompson.
Here.
Mr. Wagster.
Here.
Mr. Heathcote.
I am right here.
Mr. King.
Here.
Thank you all. Let's see. Now, according to the agenda, we will move into our grants program update. Mr. Heathcote, if you would like to give everybody present a quick update on board activities relating to the grants program, that would be a good start. And then we will move into presentations from universities that are represented. And I think it would be, I think we should probably start with the folks who are present here in the room, and then we'll move to the ones who are online. I believe we have 2 universities represented here in the room, Vanderbilt and Memphis, and then we'll move to the online presence. So, Mr. Heathcote.
Terrific. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that. And thanks to those who are with us today, either physically or electronically. We do have a slight modification from yesterday. Michael did receive information from Melanie, you'll be pleased about this, from one of the interior design schools.
Yes.
And we have modified the grants to higher education totals for this year. As everyone knows, we had budgeted $400,000. We had requests totaling $362,157. There is one university that we have yet to hear from, and Michael is efforting getting information from them on whether or not they intended to apply or made an effort to apply for those funds. For those, and we'll talk about this more in just a moment, but yesterday, and it's not been approved by the board yet, but yesterday in the Finance Committee is going to recommend to the board today that the grants to colleges, the allocation for the budget for next year be increased from $400,000 to $450,000. So we strongly encourage those 17 universities that are eligible to participate in this program to participate at a meaningful level this year. Michael, I don't think you don't want to go through the breakdown of those and the individual awards, do you?
I think given we can do stuff like that later, given
I would encourage
the amount
us
of
to
time.
do it later.
Yeah, given the amount of time that we're behind on today's meeting, and those who have made the effort to be present. I know there's class schedules and things to contend with. I think we should move more speedily to the presentation portion, and then we can backtrack as long as the agenda, that amendment to the agenda is okay.
But unless anybody, again, this may be amended again pending the outcome of Michael's conversation with the one remaining school. But other than that, unless anyone has any questions, I will end that part of the presentation.
Okay, thank you. I believe Mr. Swigert from Memphis is present. He drove all the way from Memphis. I would ask him to approach the podium. You all have just a couple pages of a handout that he provided. So, Mr. Swigert, thank you for being here, sir.
Thank you. After a year and a half, I've had my fill of Zoom meetings, and given the opportunity to be here in person, I thought I would take it. Secondly, I have notified the University of Memphis that I'm going to be retiring next June, so this is my last time to come and actually meet with you in person. So thank you for the opportunity. I've noticed one thing that pandemic, we now have the opportunity to wear our school colors on our face, so you can tell where we're from by what we have hanging around our neck or on our face. I did prepare a short PowerPoint, and I thank Michael for making copies for me. Didn't know whether or not I'd be able to project those, but you do have a copy, and I'll just briefly go through this, and this is not a long presentation. A couple of highlights on what's happening in the College of Engineering at the University of Memphis, and then a very quick report on what we did with our funds last year. If you're looking at that handout, you can see the thing that we're most excited about is the progress on our $41 million STEM research and classroom building. The building was included in state's budget last year. We're in the construction document phase of the design. We hope to break ground right after the beginning of the year, and we're expecting the building ready for fall 23. We have a rendering there of what it looks like. If you haven't been to the University of Memphis campus, Ricky has, our buildings were completed in 1971, and I've told people, it looks like my high school because, I graduated in 1970. So we are finally going to have something that looks like the 21st century, and really pleased with the design. The building will be adjoining our existing facilities. This next figure that you have, the new building is this one way over here on the right side, but it will be connected on the second and third floor to our other three buildings. Right now, our other three buildings are all connected at the second floor, so you can go from one to the other. And this one will also be connected, so you'll be able to go from one end to the other without having to go outside. It's going to meet a lot of needs. The initial motivation was research space, because again, in the 70s and early 70s, when our buildings were completed, we didn't spend a lot of time on research, and hoping that have a major College of Engineering, so we were hopefully source. Yeah.
Mr. Swagger, sorry to interrupt. Would you mind getting a little closer to the microphone? It keeps when the red light comes on, that means it's picking up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Gotcha. All right. I'll try not to wander around so much. Quickly, some of the things that we will facilitate in this new building. There are several research laboratories, advanced manufacturing, biomaterials, cybersecurity, RFID, auto ID, earthquake engineering, and there will also be student design areas. One of the things that we were lacking in was space, like makerspace, place for our students in their senior design classes to have place to work on their projects. That's going to be in this new building. And we've also added a couple additional active learning classrooms. And active learning classrooms are configured a little bit differently than typical classroom, because in an active learning classroom, there's a lot more interaction. Students work in groups. There's faculty and TAs that work with them. So this will serve both research and a student educational mission. So I'm not going to talk about COVID. Everyone has been impacted one way or another. But one thing I did want to point out is that throughout the pandemic, we've had a banner year in research, and that's the next table that I've given you there. we've gone from $7.5 million in new research grants in FY20 to 9.35 in FY21, which just completed. And after the first quarter of FY22, we're over $6 million already. So one of the things that I can report is, due to the growth we've had in the college, we've been able to bring in a number of new faculty, and those faculty are now hitting the ground running. And another reason why we need this new facility to conduct the research that we're now engaged in. In conclusion, you have the table with our last year's award for engineering, $30,000, and I will point out that we used everything according to the plan, with the exception that we budgeted $5,000 for FE exam, and we were only able to use $2,000. Two issues. First of all, I think there was some fewer students that took it due to COVID. But secondly, one of the problems, and I'll throw this out to you, is that the timing that we have from when the grant is awarded until the end of the cycle, it limited the number of people that we could get in that time frame. So, and the other thing that decision we've made at Memphis is we reimburse students after they pass. We don't pay up front, and that's a I guess I will take responsibility for that decision, but I want to reward people who succeed. I don't want to pay them up front and not have them take it seriously. So the student organization type stuff, that included supplies for Steel Bridge team, the Baja car, the rocket team, and also registration for a number of professional meetings, the Biomaterials Society, AIAA. Those are the types of things that we use those student organization funds for. So that's it. I don't want to take any more time. Again, I thank you for the opportunity to be here. Be happy to answer any questions if you have it. Thank you.
Any questions?
I do have a question, and it's a question I'm going to ask of probably all of the disciplines. Do you see a way that, how can the grants benefit students toward licensure? Do you see a way that could be accomplished?
Well, it's something that we've thought a lot about, and when we all, in addition to reimbursing for the exam, we also reimburse for study materials. So that is part of what we cover. I don't know that I have a good answer to that. I know, and we've talked with some of you in the past about how to encourage more people to sit for the exam. One thing that we have done internally is we have an engineering course fee that we collect and we distribute back to the departments, and we have a departmental scorecard that we use, metrics that we base that distribution on, and there are about 8 metrics that we look at, and one of those is pass rate on the FE, the percentage of students that take it times the number that pass. So we use that as one of our metrics in distributing course fee funds to the different programs. It has had a bit of an impact. I think we've encouraged more students to take the exam by basically counting that as a metric for distribution of funds to the programs. I don't know if it has rate. Have gotten more students to take it as a result of that action. Your question, what can we do with the board funds? I don't have a good answer. If anybody has a good idea as to how to use that, other than what we're currently doing, reimbursing students who pass, be willing to consider that.
We have the same situation with the interior design students. There are portions of the exam that they can take as a student, but there is a significant portion that requires a couple of years of experience before they can sit for that part of the exam. So I'm just interested in seeing if there's a way that we can solve this situation through the grants. And so that's I'm going to ask this question of all the disciplines that present today and see if there's a way that we can, as a board and through the grants, help toward licensure in a better way.
As this board knows, there's a large discrepancy between the participation by different engineering disciplines. I mean, civils, they all take it. We don't have to try to get them to take it. Mechanicals all take it. However, we have some other disciplines like biomedical, for example. Somehow the profession has to want that, and I personally don't know how to. I've talked quite a bit with our leaders in biomedical engineering and say, why don't you take it? Well, the employers don't care. And and to be truthful, we do use that as a metric in the distribution of engineering course fee funds, and they just say, okay, we're going to take a 0 in that category. I mean, they accept that because there's no interest in the profession of having licensure. So until that changes, like I said, civils and mechanicals, they're all going to take it. It's some of the other professions that does not value that really draws down the percentage of students taking the exam. They don't have a good answer.
I'm just doing the research right now, trying to collect the information.
Yeah.
Thanks, Dr. Swigert, for being here this morning. One comment I'll make that is a little bit along Melanie's question is, I mean, it's not a secret. We've talked about decoupling as trying to get some legislation proposed that would decouple the work experience with taking the PE exam. Right now, you have to work 4 years before you can take the PE exam, and decoupling would mean that you could take it before the 4 years, so you could take it after graduating and after you've passed the FE. And when we have talked to student groups in the past and just asked if that would be attractive, how many people would that be attractive to, the hands shoot up. By a great majority has been, I think, our experience. And so it's something that, it hadn't happened yet. There's no assurance that it will happen. It takes a law change, but it is something at least to keep on the radar that could make it more attractive for students to take the FE test if they know that that they can take the PE test right after graduation.
I support that. In fact, I just spoke to one of our graduates who just recently took the PE exam in another state and has not completed their experience yet. So, I think it's a good idea. Yeah.
Another strictly.
If I could interrupt just for a second, I would like to remind the board that we have about 12 of these to get through. And so I'm sure that some of these questions could be answered by other people, and I no disrespect at all to Dr. Swigert, but I want to make sure that we get a chance to hear from everybody today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Pascal from Vanderbilt is also here. Would ask her to join us at the podium. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm so delighted to see you all. It's really nice to be off Zoom. Exciting things happening down the street at Vanderbilt. One of the things I'm really most excited to tell you about is we are really doing our part to diversify the profession of engineering. Our entering class is over 40% women, and our total is I'm double checking my numbers. It's either 36 or 37% women in the School of Engineering at the undergraduate population. So that's pretty exciting. 20% underrepresented minorities. So, we're excited to be able to do those things and just add to the talent pool. We graduated from the School of Engineering over, we actually did for us very well last year. We graduated 354 students. Now, one of our challenges is that computer science is exploding. So, sexy jobs, sexy paychecks. So your board funds that are helping us pay for hands-on materials for our engineering classes in our Introduction to Engineering class for our first year course to help excite students about engineering rather than the computer science side of the world, which, of course, we're fully supportive of. We need good computer scientists too. But that board money that you've been giving us has really, really helped. So this past year, we used that money to support our first year students do some 3D printing to make biohybrid solar cells. So rather than your photovoltaic, can you use biological materials and capitalize on photosynthesis to make energy? Use microcontroller kits to make communications modules to mock operate satellites. We've done things like design and test wind turbine blades in a wind tunnel. This is something our first year students are doing with the money that you have provided us. Wearable devices for health and wellness applications, acquiring infrared digital images to do things like check for temperature, even making little Lego prototypes of cars. So these are you can tell I geek out on engineering. I am an engineer. Engineering is fun, and that's what your money is helping us do, is to help students see how fun it is and how meaningful it is. Further along the line, your funds have helped us to add to our machine capabilities, our machine shop capabilities. We have a variety of kinds of maker spaces. We believe very firmly that you need to complement the new exciting things with also some traditional stuff. And so one of the things board funds helped us do last year was to take an old mill that wasn't really being used because it wasn't up to snuff, and we retrofitted it with funds that you all provided so that now it is really up to date. It was an old mill. We added a new variable frequency drive, a new motor, a new power drawbar, and then also some new tooling and sensors with the tooling. So that was really neat too, because not only is it helping provide students with new capabilities, I view it as a nice sustainability thing. So rather than just putting off in the corner an old mill, with your funds, we were able to renovate it and help our students do really cool projects for their capstone design projects and also for their competition projects like the car projects and the steel bridge and things like that. So we also added some safety features. The thing that I think, of course, is most fundamental, we were just talking about this, is that taking the FE exam. And we were very excited to be able to use board funds to fund a number of our students to take the exam. One of the things, Vanderbilt, we are as a pretty well-endowed institution, and yet over 60% of our students receive some form of financial aid. So we are economically very diverse in our student population. And that's where a whole lot of our endowment money goes. With the funds that you provided us, we were able to fund students to take the FE exam. We, for most students, we fund $150 out of the $175 fee. But for those students who are the most financially needy, who are Pell eligible, we pay the full amount. And for those students, one of the things we started doing this year for them was, because again, these are the most needy students, we go ahead and pay directly for the exam for those students rather than asking them to try and find a credit card, which they don't all have, and figure out how to pay and then ask us for reimbursement. So that's one of the things that we've been able to do. So those are the highlights. I mean, I just can't thank you all enough. This money means a lot, and it makes for exciting things. To answer your question, though, about how to get more students to take the FE exam, we have some of the same challenges. Employers come and offer our students wonderful jobs without expecting the students to become, on that track to professional licensure. And so, although, of course, like in the world of civil engineering, yes, they're going to take it. Mechanical engineering, they're likely to, but maybe not, because employers haven't made it a priority. So it's hard to convey to the students. We tell them over and over, you don't know where your career is going to take you. Being a professional engineer is going to add more stature and gravitas to your resume, and affords you some opportunities. But the 22-year-old who is faced with, I've got my big project to do, I've got some exams to do, I'm looking for a job, do I really want to sign up to take an exam? It's a little bit of a hard sell. I mean, we keep selling it, but it is a little bit of a hard sell. I think, not that it's an easy thing, but we really need to work on the broader engineering culture to make sure that larger firms understand that when they hire someone who has passed the FE exam, that's a standard of quality, and it's a standard of it's a mark of opportunity for the company and their employee. Question? Yeah.
I'm sorry I was muted. Thank you for the excellent explanation about how the funds were used, and we do appreciate that. And one of the things I know that I've done in presentations to the senior class, as board members, oftentimes we're asked to go to some of the universities and make presentations, which we all enjoy doing, is just truthfully, we try to scare the fool out of them. And I know most of them were in elementary school in 2007, 8, 9, and 10 when the recession hit. But we try to explain to them that during that period, even though we're a very small firm, we were getting dozens of applications every week from people who were mechanical, electrical, chemical engineers, petroleum engineers, looking for any opportunity for employment. But we're a PE-based firm, and most of the places they were applying to were also PE-based firms. The other thing that I always tell the students when I'm talking to them is, according to Engineering News Record, a student holding a PE will make 33 to 34% more more salary over their professional life than a non-PE. So that's a decent incentive also.
Yeah. And that is one of the things that we do try to tell them. If you could share with me a source for good data on that salary differential, something that's current, because the last thing I have is a little old, that would be really great.
Be glad to do that.
Love to.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
I would just like to thank you for bringing that to our attention, that you pay directly those fees, because I understand the credit card issue, and they're certainly in need for that. So that's a great idea. Thank you for doing that. Maybe we can encourage all the other programs to do the same thing.
Yeah, I think it's a really good thing. It offsets, though. There's that challenge where Dean Swigert was saying, maybe you kind of want to see them pass first, but they're not going to take the exam if they can't afford to sign up for it. Thank you all so much.
Thank you both for being here today. as I said, we have a number of folks who are joining us virtually. And since we've heard from 2 engineering programs, I believe Jessica Etheridge from UTC Interior Design Program is on with us. Ms. Etheridge, are you able to hear us?
I am. Can you all hear me?
Yes, ma'am. The podium is yours.
Okay, great. We definitely appreciate you all making accommodations and allowing us to join you virtually again this year. For this past academic year, the Interior Architecture and Design program at UTC in Chattanooga, we had a crazy large number of 126 undergraduate majors. We've seen a steady rise in enrollment since 2013. I mean, we're up almost 50% just in the last 7 to 8 years. This fall, we actually had 120 undergraduate majors, so we were just down by 6 students, but among all the colleges on campus, we still have some of the highest enrollment numbers, which is great to see. One of the big highlights for our program, we recently moved out of Hunter Hall. It's been our home since 1988, if you can believe that. It's undergoing a major renovation, and so our program is now housed in Davenport Hall, and this is slated to be our permanent home now. The location and timing of this move was changed and delayed several times. Ultimately, the move location was determined in early October, and we had 2 months to pack up and move into Davenport Hall, all during this COVID year that we were all going through. So during that short time frame, we were able to do some minimal changes to Davenport Hall, but there's still a ton of classroom improvements, construction, furniture, materials, just to get this new space functional for us and supportive for our students and our program and whatnot. So, and in addition to all this, I mean, I think any of our programs, I think we all understand how important it is to be face-to-face, in-person instruction, and we definitely, I think that's why we had such a good number of students too, is because we were in person, I would say 13 weeks out of the 15 that we had for each semester. So we value that, and I think our students value that in-person, face-to-face connection as well. So in regards to funding, this past year, our program submitted a proposal for funding for professional examination fees for our senior group of students, and then also our freshman supply kits. So part of the university goals and our program goals is to support diversity and inclusion to increase retention. And so our program offers supply kits to all incoming freshmen in the major. I think we're all talking about, how valuable and how much we appreciate the funding that TBAE supplies us with or offers to us. And we like to see that go right back into the student's pocket, if you will. So the number of incoming freshmen ranges from 50 to 60 students every fall, every new semester or academic year. And these supply kits range at about $180 per kit. So that's, if you're thinking about it big picture, that's over $10,000. And with the funds from the grant, we were able to supply at least 30% of those. And so, again, with the cost issue, students struggle with, the cost of all those supplies up front. And so this is a huge relief for a lot of our students that are coming into our program. So we make sure to make that available to all incoming freshmen in our major. And so that packet includes things like, your typical architectural scale, erasers, triangles, lead holders, drafting tape, some of those basic items that they could they will definitely use their freshman year and continue to use off and on through the next 3 years in the program. Again, the licensure, as part of our program goals, we encourage the acquisition of professional certifications, more specifically the NCIDQ and licensing among our students. So as you're aware, the registration within the interior design profession requires a level of competence, just as any of the others do. So they have to have the appropriate education, the 4-year education. They need to have experience as well, whether it's during their internship or work experience. And then they take the examination. The great thing is that students in their last year of the program, of the interior design program, they meet the requirements to sit for one part of the 3-part exam, which is the fundamentals exam. It's 125 multiple choice questions to assess their knowledge of design, communication, building systems, building construction, programming and site analysis, drawing specifications, human behavior, some FF&E, and just some technical drawing conventions. So with this last year, we applied to receive funds for 4 students, or 4 of our seniors, to apply and register for the IDFX. That was out of a group of 18 students, 18 seniors. So we applied for funds for 4. We were actually able to fund 5 students, or 5 seniors, due to the fact that the NCIDQ or CIDQ offers a discount. We have to ask for a code. It is the easiest thing in the world, and it definitely benefits the students. So, and this last year, I have to say that, typically because we're limited to how many of those scholarships we give out, or the funding for, those exams, because it's $390 to do the application and register for the first exam. Out of a class of 18, I believe we had about 15 students apply to sit for the exam. So we were able to give out 5, which is great. But this year, I have to say, for the grant that we've asked for funding for all the students to sit for the exam this coming spring. So we're hoping that pulls through as well. Either way, as I kind of wrap this up, it basically, without, with the TBAE grant funds, it helps to support our students when they're first starting out in the program with the supplies. It also helps to support our students as they're finishing up the program to start that professional licensure, the examination fees, to get the ball rolling as far as that is concerned. And with the funds that you all provide us, that allows us to, work on some of those classroom improvements that we have to set money aside for now that we're in a new building. So we thank you for the opportunity you provide to fund these program goals and the initiatives that we have, and they greatly benefit the students in our program. That's it.
Jessica, this is Melanie. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
It's good to hear that you all have moved into a new building, and hopefully that will be a good permanent home for you all for the program.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you very much for going into the detail of explaining how you can fund the students to assist them in taking the examination. It sounds like you all have worked that out to the better advantage of the student, and by applying some of the funds, the grant funds, during their senior year. So you have addressed my concern in some of the questions that were looming in my mind, at least yesterday when we were going through the grants. And so thank you very much for sharing that. Is there anything else that you can think of as to how this grant money can help toward licensure, or you think you have capitalized on the best opportunity?
I do feel like we have capitalized on it the best we can, you know, while the students are in school, in the way that we can reimburse them. And by TBA being able to increase the funds has allowed us to reach more students. So I think that's even a greater benefit, to be able to supply that first funding fees, or the first fees for the funding of all the students in the senior class. So I'm hoping that increases and helps us even more this year and the following years.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess I might have one question. I noticed that you call your school the School of Interior Architecture, even though everything's interior design. And what steps do you take to make sure that the students who enrolling in your program or are in your program are made very aware that this is not an architectural degree?
So I most definitely appreciate your question, because this is something that we definitely have to address every year of the student's education. We do still call our program Interior Architecture and Design. And students, sometimes we have to go through the process of making sure they are clear that this is an interior architecture major, but they are studying to become interior designers. That's what the licensure is about. They have exercises that they have to complete in their freshman year. They have other professional meetings that we do through some of our student organizations, making sure that they're aware from the professionals of the difference between, you know, what we call our major and what they are studying to do is become interior designers. It's also posted on our website as a disclaimer that this is not getting you ready to sit for the NCARB. This is, you are professionally an interior designer. So, and then during the senior year, one of the ways in which they get ready for the IDFX is their senior seminar class, which goes over in detail everything about licensure, about how you are not to call yourself an interior architect because the term architect is protected, and so forth. So we, throughout the program, I feel as though we do a really good job of making sure the students are aware and understand and corrected as they need to be.
Well, that being the case, why do you call it interior architecture? Why not School of Interior Design?
We have called it, or it previously was interior design, and when we started the master's program, we changed it to interior architecture and design. There were a lot of schools across the United States that had already taken the name. There was, when we were looking up the, I believe it's the CPI codes, the interior architecture, interior design definitions were very comparable and similar as they described. And we were consistently, we felt like interior architecture was a better description of what we do. We had a lot of students coming in thinking that it was just picking out finishes and materials and it was going to be an easy major. Our students now realize how dedicated they must be and how technical the field is, and how we prepare them with the knowledge of codes, with the knowledge of putting together construction documents and drawings and all the technical aspects. as it may be. I completely see your point. I completely see your point. In the realm of the profession itself and the major from the student's perspective, it felt as though interior architecture was a better description of what we do, as long as they understand they are still becoming a professional interior designer.
Thank you, Ms. Etheridge.
Sure.
I appreciate your time today. And if there are any follow-up questions for any members of the board, please let me know, and I'll get you in contact with any of the schools you would like to be in touch with. Let's see. Mr. Wilkinson from University of Tennessee Architecture is on the line. He's going to join us now. Mr. Wilkinson?
Thank you. My name is Jeff Wilkinson. Dean Young couldn't be here today. He had a conflict, so he asked me to fill in for him. I'm the IT coordinator here in the College of Architecture and Design, and as IT coordinator, this is the 21st year that I've put together, coordinated on our end, putting together the grant for the board. So I'm familiar with the history of it. Basically, we've got 436 architecture students this year, 180 interior architecture students, and 48 landscape architecture students. And every year, our requests are basically, they're not by those different schools, but they benefit everyone uniformly. Just a quick history of what we've typically requested over all the years that I've been involved. Of course, it was all equipment, so it's things like computer lab equipment, large format plotters. We have a separate fab lab facility, which has a lot of equipment in there. So in the last 5 or 6 years, we've had, made requests to support that equipment. All common use equipment among all three groups of students. 2 years ago, when the board started to emphasize operations and program activities, we switched to primarily the two big categories were field trips for us. We have required student field trips. So we were then made a request so that we could subsidize those because that's a big expense for the students. And also honoraria for invited jurors for our end of semester reviews. Unfortunately, that was the year when COVID sent us all home, so there were no field trips, and we made a request to the board to allow us to modify that portion of our grant, which you did, and we really appreciate it. And we purchased equipment, lots of small things that helped our faculty move online quickly, iPads, headsets, webcams, all kinds of odds and ends, so that we were able to successfully pull off a year and a half, I guess, of remote and hybrid learning. Then last year, we went back to the model of primarily operations and program activities, but rather than field trips, we kept the honoraria part because that works well, but we made a big request for materials and consumables for our fab lab. This is things like 3D printer filament, things that the students need, which tend to be pretty expensive, and because of the expense, they weren't using a lot of 3D printers or all the other things at the fab lab, because some of these consumables, especially on like the CNC mill, things can get very expensive. So by heavily subsidizing that through the grant, it allows the students a lot more freedom to use the 3D printers and all the other equipment at the fab lab without worrying about the expense of it. And that worked well last year, so that's primarily what's in our proposal for this year, with honoraria again, and materials and consumables for the fab lab. We do have a little bit of equipment last year and this year. Primarily, we've kind of moved to smaller scale stuff, which is building up our pool of loaner laptops, which has been a real lifesaver. We got about a dozen last year, or 10 last year, I believe, from the grant because of the supply chain problems this fall. It was a big demand from incoming students who purchased their laptops but are waiting, and some of them still don't have them. So that's been the equipment portion now, and that's turned out to be really helpful. So again, having done this for my 21st year, I can tell you we really appreciate the support that we get each year from the board, and I hope it can continue.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkinson. Any questions for Mr. Wilkinson? All right, Mr. Wilkinson, you're off the hook. Thank you for your time today, sir. And for everyone who's remaining, my apologies if I don't address the appropriate title in which you should be addressed, whether that be doctor or dean. I know we have some folks who are on here who aren't my normal points of contact, so I just want to go ahead and put that out there right now. Let's see. We could go back to some engineering. How about Dr. Lee? Are you with us, Dr. Lee from TSU?
Yes.
Great.
Good morning, everyone. Yes.
Good morning, sir. The floor is yours.
Good morning. And yes, and thank you so much. And today our Dean Harger, and he has another meeting, so he assigned me to join this board meeting. So I want to give you an update what we have in terms of Tennessee State University College of Engineering. So we are the most important thing we are preparing for the ABET site visiting. Last visiting is 6 years ago, 2015 to 2016. So after 6 years, we applied the ABET accreditation for our current engineering program and computer science program. So the visiting will be in virtually and will be November 10 to 12. And our dean office keep try to pushing hard for the new engineer building. Currently in the state, you probably know so many other engineering schools start an engineer building. Our building is it's old building, so we have a lot of maintenance issues. So we are instead of the maintenance, so we are trying to ask the president and also the industry to help for the new building. So in terms of the number of students, so we have the entire college, 800 students. In terms of graduations, the last year, academic year, the civil engineer has the highest increasing in terms of their number of graduates, and also their research funding is in the department, they have $2 million. So that's a significant increasing. In terms of the grant, how we use that, there are two major parts we're using. One is purchase one material testing equipment, because some of our mechanical testing equipment is quite old, so we are using the fund to purchase Sigma 1. It's computer controlled automatically. It's pen testing, compression testing, stress testing, bending testing. So that's really convenient for the students. And we also use the money to support the students for the FE exams and then prepare the FE material. Even we purchase the practical testing from Kaplan's. And in terms of how to motivate the student to take FE, actually in the college here in Tennessee State, we have a kind of requirement for the student. Everyone you must take, in terms of engineer, must take the, we call is ENGR 42010 credit hours engineering training lab class. This class is purpose to prepare students to take the FE exams. So even for some major, the student doesn't pay too much serious about the exam, but they have to pass in this class. So the student has to take a 2 hour longer, a similar FE type of exam to prepare for them to be pass this class for their graduation. And in terms of the class, in the class, we select the students because we some of the really good performance students and suggest them take the FE exams. So in the past year, we have provide support of $175 to 6 students, let them to take the exam. So we pay them ahead, actually pay them ahead. We encourage them to passing the exams, and so far I have 3 of them passing, and 1 is still pending for the exam. So she is planning to take the exams in October. So that's what we did, but it's very, very helpful to us is students usually we prepare the FE manual, the book, but the book is quite different from currently the exam. The exam, everything is in computer-based. So the student really needs kind of like practice in computer type. So we are prepared to kind of purchase the package. The package, if we don't have negotiate, we will cost $1,000 each package. But we have an agreement with Kaplan companies, so they provide a very good discounts, so we can purchase multiple package for the student to prepare their FE exam. So I know civil engineer, architecture engineer, mechanical engineer, they're all using the Kaplan's package to prepare their FE exam. So I hope they can increase their passing rate. In turn, we also using the fund to provide student scholarship. So what we did is to encourage the student has more design. So we have kind of work with our campus. So we have a facilities department because currently we have several new buildings going on in the campus. We're using that fund to provide student scholarship to work with some kind of purchase either for the renovation or zero energy building design. So that way it gives the student incentive to do involve this real project for the design, and also we using what they design to ranking them to give them based on their performance, first category, second category. So even we give them scholarship, but it's not equally amount. So someone got $1,000 scholarship, someone got $250 scholarship. So we're just ranking them based on what they did. So students really enjoy this process, and we're also using the fund to purchase some support software for this design purpose. So that's all we have been done so far, and that. So at end of the budget year, we spend the funding most for the student support and activities. We spend almost only 10,000 grand to purchase one equipment. So this is what we did. We really appreciate the board support, and we hope we can continue to have such support. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. Any questions for Dr. Lee? All right. Appreciate your time today, Dr. Lee. Oh, I'm sorry.
Michael, I'm sorry. I do have one question, and I didn't clearly hear when Dr. Lee was talking about the ABET accreditation meeting. When was that scheduled for? Or ABET accreditation?
So this is a site visiting. On June 30, we provide a self-study report. On November 10 to 12, they will come in, but this year they select virtually for the site visiting. So during the site visiting, they will meet with the president, with the university administrator, with the alumni, with all the faculty. They have lab tour using the Zoom, so they are virtual live tour, and they will be meet our students and also industry advising board member. And by the way, our industry advising board is very supportive, especially to our civil engineering and architecture engineering program. They have a lot of interaction with us. So during this ABET visiting, so ABET program evaluator will also request to meet industry advising board to talk about our programs.
Just for clarification, the ABET review team will be there November 10th through November 12th of this year?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Dr. Lee.
Thank you.
Michael, I will ask you, normally we have a board member that is generally present at those or assigned to those ABET review. I don't know that we've done that, have we?
This is no, we have not. So we can, I can get in touch with Dr. Lee after this and maybe try and coordinate something if you like.
I think that would be a good idea because that will occur before our next engineering committee meeting where we normally make those assignments.
Okay.
Michael, Dr. Pascal has her hand up.
All right, hi. I actually chair the Academic Advisory Council to ABET. All visits this year are virtual, so I don't know if you caught that from Dr. Lee. So you would be present for a virtual visit.
Okay, thank you, Cynthia.
Sure.
Much easier to coordinate. One more comment from Dr. Schweigert.
Full disclosure, we also have a virtual visit coming up in November as well. And ABET usually notifies state boards, and state boards will have the opportunity to have observers. I've been involved with a number of them. I'm also involved with ABET on the board of delegates, and the institution does not request observers, but ABET notifies states when there's going to be a visit within the state. So ours is November 7 to 9. It's immediately preceding the one at TSU. So,
okay.
If you wanted to have, and it's going to be virtual.
Thank you, sir. We'll be on the lookout for those emails. I feel like in the past they might have emailed one of the board directly. It might have been Mr. Campbell. I'm not sure, but I'll check.
That may be, but we were also notified that Lipscomb was going through an ABET accreditation review, and we had discussed assigning a member of the board to be an observer for that as well. And I don't think neither you nor the person assigned that role and responsibility ever received any documentation or information at all.
Well, that is a good segue because I believe Dr. Elrod is on with us today.
Hello, Dr. Elrod. Good to have you.
It's good to be here, and I can relate to the ABET discussion that was just going on as Lipscomb just completed the site visit earlier this week. So ours was a virtual visit Monday and Tuesday, and I know that Alton and I had corresponded a little bit. I provided the contact information to our ABET team chair who set up all the meetings, and was expecting and hoping in a way that the A&E board would have a representative that could be there to observe, but apparently that was not coordinated fully. So apologies for anything that we might have failed to do on that end, but I know that the contact information was provided through ABET. Virtual meeting, though, is complete. Quick update on Lipscomb's status overall. Our program has continued to grow. We've got 220 students in the program this fall, and have had some good activities going on with our students engaged even during the time of COVID in a number of different service projects along with the academic projects. We've had students involved in providing solar power to homeless individuals' micro homes in the Nashville area, doing water projects in Africa and in Honduras, or Guatemala, and also doing in Honduras solar projects in support to a home for disabled children there. So students, even with some of the COVID restrictions, have been able to be involved in some good hands-on learning activities applying what they've learned in classes. In terms of the utilization of funds this year from the Tennessee A&E Examiners Board, we use funds to help prepare our students for the FE exam. We do require that 100% of our students, as they approach graduation, sit for the FE exam, and we find that the feedback received from that is very helpful. We get feedback basically in 36 discrete categories across the three disciplines that are taught here at Lipscomb: civil, mechanical, and electrical. So even though it's not required for licensure for all the jobs that our students sit for, as others discussed, it is helpful for us to get an assessment of how our programs are going. But We support the students in preparing. About 9% of the funds you provided this past year went for the preparation effort, providing FE prep software access online. We had 33 licenses we bought, and that worked well to help students with individually paced review and training. And then the next thing was to pay for the FE exam itself for our senior students. We basically have a program where we'll pay the full cost for taking the FE exam if they pass it, and we pay for a significant portion, but not all the cost, if they take it and don't pass it. So about 27% of the funding went to pay for the exam fees. The remainder of the funding that was provided this past year went to support more experience capabilities in labs for our engineering students and for engagement in professional society. So 61% of the funds went to support hardware and software for civil engineering students to expand their hands-on experience outside of the classroom, including a drone, software for that drone, and a total station. And the remaining funds, only about 3%, went to pay for a professional society membership and engagement in different professional societies. We hope to see that improve, as we believe we've got really good engagement by students in professional societies. We want to incentivize additional engagement, as we believe that helps them see the need for licensure, helps them understand what goes on in industry. ASC, our ASC chapter that Dr. Gwaltney in the past and Todd Lynn is working with this year is ranked in the top third globally of ASC student chapters. And so always encourage that. But that gives you an idea, hopefully, of the involvement here. And I'll be glad to take any questions you've got.
Dr. Elrod, this is Alton. I do have one question. Did they give you a time frame for when they were going to give you a response to the accreditation review?
Yes. In ABET's process, at the end of the visit, they immediately give you initial findings, if you will, initial feedback, which we received at the end of the day on Tuesday. And then there's a process by which those are adjudicated and reviewed through ABET. The university has opportunity as well to provide additional information to address any gaps. And basically the public declaration of how you ended up in the ABET review will not occur until July of 2022 for us, when the commission meets to finally review it. They gave us the initial feedback, and we're working through that as we speak.
We wish you good luck with that.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions for Dr. Elrod? All right. Thank you, sir. We appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
Let's go west. Dr. Nip from UT Martin, I believe. Are you ready? Dr. Nip, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can barely hear you. I might need you to speak up or maybe get a little closer to your microphone. Hey, Dr. Nip, we're not able to hear you. I might make a suggestion. We'll go to somebody else and then come back to you. But there's a phone number that we can send you, or Morgan will post it in the chat. Oh, he's on his phone. Okay. All right, we'll try you again in just a minute, Dr. Nip. How about Dr. Yelamarty from Tennessee Tech.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir. We can hear you just fine.
Oh, okay, great. So, first of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Kumar Yalamarthi, currently the Associate Dean. I just started at Tech a month ago. And Dean Slater, unfortunately, could not be here because there is a Board of Trustees meeting taking place as we speak, and he was required to attend that. So he sent me on his behalf, and we apologize for that. But what's happening at Tech? Great things, good things. We completed our ABET visit last year for all our engineering programs. We got a clean 6-year accreditation for all our engineering programs just last month. Also, we hosted an ABET visit for the joint engineering program with ETSU this past week. So this is a truly joint program. Students take a few classes at Tech, a few classes at ETSU, and get one degree awarded by both institutions. This is the first in Tennessee, from my understanding, and we hosted the visit. We got the exit statement, and we're working through that as we speak. One additional aspect is we broke ground on a new engineering building last month, and the groundbreaking was done, the ceremony was done, but the real groundbreaking is going to start within the next month, and we are hoping to move into the new building in January of 2024. This is going to be a truly collaborative spaces. It is entirely focused on teaching and student success with no space for research. It's entirely student focused and undergraduate education driven. Now, in terms of enrollments, our enrollments are going up. Very much like other universities, our computer science enrollment is booming and increasing almost by 15% every single year. So numbers are going great. Now, in terms of the grant, we requested support for the FE exam. Primarily, we requested support to pay for the student exam fee, requested support for course materials where students can access a database such as Kaplan, PPI database for students to prepare for the exam and take the exam. And we also requested resources for software and equipment. So we did spend the money, but we underspent quite a bit this year for many reasons. One, the students, the process we have in place was to reimburse the students after they pass the FE exam. So, and unfortunately, the less number of students took the FE exam because of COVID, plus the reimbursement timeline was after the grant deadline. So we could not spend and reimburse a lot of students from the grant, but we had to reimburse from the college funds. The second aspect, in terms of the software, we were anticipating to purchase the softwares, but the software renewal cycle came outside the grant activation and spending timeline. So we could not spend that. But when it came to equipment, we were able to purchase the equipment. So what are we doing moving forward? I mean, we learned our lesson. So what we're going to do this year, unlike in the past, is rather than reimburse the students for the FE exam, we're going to pay the student exam fee upfront on their behalf. That's number one we're going to do. Second thing is we are going to bring several guest speakers potentially this year in the practicing engineers that are PEs and have a discussion among students to cultivate the importance and significance of the FE exam. And we are hoping that it is going to increase the number of students. And also, instead of requesting supplies for software. We are requesting supplies for our equipment for freshman and senior level classes. That is the changes we have ongoing, but I'm very much interested to hear from others on what you're all spending the resources on, because it gives me great ideas, and I'm hoping to take this back to tech and implement some of this. Thank you. And I will take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Yelamarte. Any questions?
Sir.
Oh, okay. Appreciate your time today, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Let's see. Let's go back out west to Jenna Thompson, I think, from Memphis Architecture and Design.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, I'm Jenna Thompson. I'm with the Department of Architecture. I'm an associate professor of architecture and interior architecture. I am filling in for Michael Hagee today, who's our chair. And so I will start first off by saying thank you very much for the funding that we have received. We greatly appreciate it, and it definitely has benefited our students, faculty, and really our Memphis community. I'll start with our speakers series that we put together this year. What was important about this lecture series is that it definitely was enriching to our students and faculty and also design professionals within our community, because it was open to all of our Memphis-wide design community to attend these meetings, these lectures, which were mostly over Zoom. I will mention that we had what was called our Summer Salon lecture series. That was a partnership with AIA Memphis, and where in that particular event, which was held in a physical location with proper social distancing, we had our South Main Association from downtown, the Downtown Memphis Commission, our Memphis River Parks Commission, and then also the Memphis Medical District Collaborative speakers that joined, and basically were presenting on all the great things that are happening in our wonderful city. As far as the Zoom lectures, we did have a couple that came to campus, but our speaker series included the following designers and architects. We had Edward Jones from Jones Studio. We had Angie Brooks from Brooks and Scarpa. We had Richard Jensen from Works Bureau, James Cutler from Cutler Anderson Architects, Jonathan Moody from Moody and Nolan, and Elizabeth Golden from the School of Architecture at the University of Washington. Another aspect of this speaker lecture series that was important to note is that this partnership, or this series, helped us in our kind of formulating or solidifying more of a deeper relationship with not only AIA Memphis, which we actually have a very good relationship with them, but also NOMA Memphis, which is the National Organization of Minority Architects, and then, of course, our AIS student chapter, helping them all kind of work together to further this lecture series. The next thing that I'll bring up as a highlight of what the funding helped us do was to improve our studio environment through the purchase of iPads. Especially when social distancing became a priority. We wanted to be able to still have in-person desk critiques. We are fully physically on campus right now, and hopefully remain that way, because it does help our students learn better. But the iPads help us in terms of desk critique processes and being able to communicate with the students without touching their stuff and passing things back and forth. And so that was used for the instructors specifically to help the students. And then that purchase allowed us to get 3 of the 12.9-inch iPad Pros with Apple Pencil and Apple Care for School, so we could protect our hardware. So I will stop there, and I know Michael will probably say a lot more than I just did, but I'm filling in. I don't want to say anything that I shouldn't say, or so I'll stop there and take any questions.
Good morning. This is Melanie Doss. Thank you very much for your presentation. I will address the same question to you as I have of other programs. And is there an opportunity for the grant to go toward examination and licensure?
Yes, so we did offer that up to our students, and Michael wanted me to mention that none of the Master of Architecture students elected to take advantage of the ARE, the ability to sit for any of the divisions of the ARE. Part of this problem was most of our students are international students in our MARC program currently, and then another aspect of that was our non-international students who are already in the Architecture Experience program did not feel as if they were ready to start sitting for the ARE. So that's kind of where we are, although I would say that we continuously promote the idea of getting them in the AXP and then starting their examination process as soon as possible. So.
Are you representing the interior architecture program as well?
I cross over. I teach both since it's such an integrated and holistic program that we have where interior architecture and architecture, they actually are in the same studios. There are breakout courses that they take. So yes, I would say I can do that.
Okay. So your graduates from the interior architecture program graduate with a degree in interior design?
Yeah, a BFA in interior design. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So they, do you encourage them to sit for the portions of the exam that they would be eligible to sit for while they are a student?
I believe so. In our pro-prac class, which I do not teach, I do believe that that is encouraged, and also in our first year intro class where we educate the students similar to what Jessica talked about in terms of even though it's an interior architecture major that they're taking, it's not an interior architecture degree, that they're getting an interior design, and they teach them the Title Act for the registration of becoming an interior designer, and definitely encouraged them to sit for the NCIDQ as well. So.
Very good, very good. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Any other questions for Memphis Architecture and Design? Okay.
Thank you again.
Thank you very much for your time. Let's see. Other end of the state, Mr. Griffin from the UT Engineering. Are you still with us?
Yes, good morning. How are you doing?
Doing just fine, sir. The floor is yours.
Awesome. Well, first off, good morning. It's Forsyth from the University of Tennessee in Knoxville and the Tickle College of Engineering. I'm representing Dr. Oslam Killich, who is the Associate Dean for Academic and Student Affairs. She's sorry that she wasn't able to join you as Forsyth this morning, but I do have a few updates. And first, I just wanted to share undergraduate numbers as Forsyth for the Tickle College of Engineering are a little bit over 3,500, so we are a little bit up this year. One of the most exciting things is Forsyth with the campus. We just opened the brand new Zena Engineering Complex. This is a state-of-the-art research and educational facility for engineering students, faculty, and staff. And it's also is considered to be the UT gateway to engineering, providing students with hands-on experiences from their first day on campus all the way up to graduation. Some of the really great things about this facility that's featured in the building, we have the Stone King Engage Engineering Fundamentals Program, the Cook Grand Challenge Honors Program, the Cal Innovation Collaboration Studio, but also it is the home of the top-ranked Department of Nuclear Engineering, along with laboratories for advanced engineering research. So we're really excited about this new facility. We actually have also moved as far as like in terms of administrative spaces. So we're very excited. Now, in terms of the grant, we do want to just say thank you as well to the Tennessee State Board of Architecture and Engineering Examiners for providing us support. Tickle College of Engineering was awarded funds for the primary of supporting activities that have high potential level of student impact. So there were two initiatives that were funded. One was a Summer Engineering Advancement Bridge Program, and the second was the FE Exam Fee Reimbursement Program. I'm going to start off as far as with the Bridge Program. So this was an effort that initiated back in 2019 that the college started. The focus is to provide pre-calculus ready students who are majoring in engineering and computer science disciplines an opportunity to advance into calculus beginning in the fall semester. C offers an overview of different courses that really focuses on pre-calculus and introduction to engineering fundamentals, college life sessions, where students can be engaged within their first curriculum in the engineering curriculum. So the funding was used as far as to support the programmatic activities. As you know, due to the pandemic, this program was actually transitioned as far as an online model, impacting 31 students, with the result that we had 74% success rate of students who were able to place into Calculus 1 and start the engineering fundamental sequence for this fall semester. In terms of our FE reimbursement program, this program, as you probably know, has been started back in 2014 with the Typical College of Engineering, with the goal where students will be reimbursed for the Fundamentals of Engineering exam. This initiative was in response as far as to the increase of the exam fees, but this reimbursement really had a major impact as far as so that way it can reduce the burden of those costs as far as where students can be more encouraged to register and actually take the exam. As a result, we were able to impact 80 students who will be able to take that exam, where the majority of the fees were actually being reimbursed as far as from the program, but the students did actually cover a portion of their fees. But we just want to say again, special thanks as far as to the board for making this all possible, and we're able to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions from the board for Mr. Griffin? All right. Okay, I think we have one more on the phone. We're Dr. Nip. We're coming back to you.
Okay, Michael, is this better?
That is much better, sir. It's good to hear your voice.
Okay, all right, great. Well, hey, welcome from Northwest Tennessee, University of Tennessee at Martin. We're really appreciate you allowing us to be virtual. We're excited about what's going on at UT Martin in the engineering department. On campus, we have a total in the entire university of 6,800, where our engineering program is staying stable at a little over 200. We're excited that we had 80 freshmen coming in this year after the COVID year. We were excited about our freshman enrollment. We think that's showing a positive thing. We're really excited about our new engineering and sciences building that's being built. Mr. Frank Waxter, TLM, is heading that up, and that's a 125,000 square foot facility, and it'll house not only engineering, but it'll have computer science, chemistry, physics, and math. So we think that'll be a monumental thing, not only for the engineering department, but for the entire campus. Just to refresh, for those that don't know, engineering-wise at UT Martin, we have a Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering. That was approved last year. We're excited about that and good enrollment in that. And then we have a Bachelor of Science in Engineering with concentrations in civil, computer, manufacturing, mechatronics, and electrical. So that is what we offer at UT Martin. Thank you for the AE grant that we received last year. That grant is critical to our success. We definitely have a limited budget like so many others, but the money that we receive from you is very well put to use. Last year, we requested money for some equipment. We asked for some radar guns for our students to use in our transportation classes, and also senior design projects. And then we also asked for some virtual reality equipment that we have started using. Of course, everything's been purchased. Students are beginning to use that. Our electrical faculty are the first ones to use that, the virtual reality equipment. We expect to try to expand that over in all the engineering concentrations. So as time goes on, the use of that will be even more widely used. Also in our senior capstone projects were funded by your AE grant to the fund of $10,000 last year. With that money, along with our money, we had the Aero team, which did not go compete in Florida with the SAE competition due to COVID, but they built their plane and they flew it. We had an Autonomop, which was a group of electrical and mechanical students that made a self-mopping vacuuming machine. We had the Baja vehicle that we do every year, and we actually went to Louisville and competed in that. We had a salt tank for quenching steel. We had timber pedestrian bridges that we used at Coon Creek. And then we had the concrete canoe, which did not go to competition due to COVID. And then we had a center point anti-tip device that was designed by a civil and electrical engineer for irrigation systems. So we're really excited about what's going on at UT Martin in talking about registration. UT Martin requires our students to actually pass the FE exam to get their degree. That is a degree requirement. So historically, we have not used AE money for the FE. This is the beginning of my second year as a chair here at UT Martin. And so I would probably like to consider trying to assist the students in that. We did purchase study material for them. We have professors who offer study sessions with them for this. And so probably an incentive of paying back the passing student fees would be very valuable to them. So a lot going on at UT Martin. We move into our new building fall of 2022, and so we're really excited about that. That's going to be a busy summer for us. The same time that we move into that building, we have an ABET accreditation coming up, and we have a visit. Don't know if that'll be in person or virtual, but that's also fall of 2022, and we're preparing for that right now. So we have a lot going on at UT Martin. We're excited about that. And again, I can't tell you how much we appreciate the support that the AE board gives us in the terms of that money. Any questions?
I have one question, Dr. Knibb. This is Alton Heathcote. How many students do you have that sit for the exam each semester, or when they're eligible?
Right. You know, we graduate about 35. We have 35, maximum probably 40 students per year that will sit for that. Our pass rate is usually pretty good. Last year, COVID, I think, took a toll on us, but probably 35 students.
Thank you. And we would encourage you to include that in your application to the grants to higher education in the future.
Okay, yeah, we sure will. We sure will.
Any other questions? Okay, I think, is that everybody, Morgan? Okay, I believe that's everybody from our virtual attendees as well. So that would conclude the presentation portion of the agenda. Sorry, Alton? Oh, okay.
I'm ready for the next portion.
Okay, so thank you all for joining us. We really appreciate your time today, especially those who drove in from out of town to be here today. If you all have any questions about your grant proposals moving forward, we'll be in contact fairly soon about the decisions of the Higher Education Committee, or feel free to tune in to our public meeting of the full board later this afternoon. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Right now, since I believe the majority of you are here except for Mr. Tibbs, would you like to discuss the ETSU proposal now, or would you like to wait until later and do it in your committee time or a committee report?
What else is on the agenda between now and 11 o'clock?
Well, let's see. Just two other designated slots from 10 to 10:30 and 10:30 to 11 for further grant program discussions and presentations. There was no special program this year. No special grants were given, so there's nothing to discuss there.
One of the things, and I guess many people have already gone offline, but one of the things we normally do is take a little time to ask the deans or the representatives from the universities questions about not just the grants, but also the programs and some curriculum related questions and other things. But I guess maybe that's, given the fact that they're, with the exception of the two that are present here today, are offline, everybody's off. Okay.
I was unaware, but it didn't seem like, I guess there was a mixture of questions throughout the presentations, some related to the grants, some were not related to the grants. I just assumed that you all had asked all the questions you're going to ask of the deans at that time.
Well, we didn't, but that's okay. But there are two that are still here that I would appreciate their insight on. I've got a couple of questions since we have a little time.
Sure.
Dean Swagger.
That doesn't answer my question about the ETSU proposal.
I think we'd still have time before 11 o'clock to address the ETSU proposal. But that way we can let Dean Swaggart and Cynthia head back we could do this now and let them head back.
Sure, or they can stay for lunch, whatever they
I'd
prefer.
love it if they'd stay for lunch. It'd be great. Could
fire away.
Okay, very good. As both of you know, the curriculum has changed somewhat over a number of years, and there are a lot more technical classes now than there used to be, and there are a lot fewer humanities than there used to be. I know when I went to college 150 years ago that we were required to have 2 years of English, grammar, creative writing, literature, and things like that, historically, these professions aren't really very good writers and communicators. So one of the questions I had is, given that and the fact that these engineers and other professionals that you're training to become professionals, what do you do in the technical curriculums to try to teach engineers and others to actually communicate with other human beings.
Well, I guess to answer that, I'll say I are an engineer. Actually, at Vanderbilt, our requirements for liberal arts education have stayed the same for the 26, 7, 8 that starts to years that I've been there. All of our students are required to have 18 credit hours of liberal arts in addition to all the math, science, and of course the engineering. What we've seen slightly over the years, given the way our SACS accreditation has worked, we've had to make a few specifications within that liberal arts. And a few of our majors have added a requirement that somewhere in the student's curriculum there must specifically be a writing course. All of our curricula have a writing requirement somewhere in them. Sometimes that's embedded within an engineering laboratory course where they have writing and rewriting and specific instructions on how to write, in that case, a laboratory report. Is it doing the job? Yeah. Some. One of the challenges we're finding is a larger cultural challenge is that communication is happening in 140 characters. So,
Cynthia, I brought that up to my daughters and my son to spend a lot of time like this. And I told my middle daughter, who's very creative, I said, listen, we're raising generations of social idiots. I had my youngest daughter and one of her friends, I was taking to basketball practice, and they're texting one another in the back seat. So, and when I said that, within 2 minutes, my daughter brought up a split screen on her phone that showed a picture from the 1960s, a picture from current with people sitting on a bus doing this with their phones, but a picture from the 1960s with newspapers in front of their face. So I said, okay, touche, but you can't read a newspaper all day long like people do on their phone. So I am concerned. I will say the universities that I have the opportunity to go speak to the senior classes at, the questions that we get are really good questions, and the kids are very articulate. But they generally come from a handful of kids, and the other ones are thinking, I'm hungry.
I'm afraid that hasn't changed over decades. You have your more vocal and engaged students. One of the things that I, as an old fart, try to remember is that our young people are communicating. They're just communicating in new ways. They're not necessarily as elegant, but they're incredibly communicating. The whole sort of the backseat thing. One of the things that they're doing is they're keeping their conversation, their communication private.
I know they don't want Dad to hear what they're saying. Yeah, I get that.
So it's different from how we communicate, but it is communication. And so one of the things we have to do is think about how do we harness these new types of communication for the better practice of engineering. So I try to be open-minded.
Good answer. Dean Swaggart, you want a shot at that?
First of all, I do share your concern because I do believe that communication is extremely important regardless of your field, and for engineers it's especially important. I would disagree a little bit about one thing you said, in that we've expanded technical content. I know back when I was an undergraduate many, many years ago, and most of you aren't as old as I am, but generally a BS in engineering was around 140 degree credits, something like that. And over time, and this has happened over a period of, over maybe 20 years or so, there has been a move to reduce the number of credits required for a degree in an effort for truth in advertising. If we're saying it's a 4-year degree, to really be able to complete it in 4 years. So, and I can speak for 2 institutions where I've spent the last 30 some years of my life. There has been kind of a gradual reduction in the number of credit hours for the degree. And I'll agree with Dean Pascal that the Gen Ed requirements have generally remained constant over that period of time. Consequently, we have had to shrink engineering content to a degree to satisfy the requirements. In fact, at the University of Memphis, we got special dispensation to have our minimum credits for an engineering degree greater than that for the rest of the university. We're at 128, and I think the rest of the university is at 120. So my take is the Gen Ed has generally stayed the same, and engineering has been compressed a bit. Now, there's a separate question then. What are they getting out of the Gen Ed? And
I don't think they have the requirement of 2 years of English.
I'll turn this microphone off because you're recording, but I will tell you that many times, particularly the courses that we care about, the communication courses, they are not taught by English faculty. They're taught by TAs. Many faculty members view teaching freshman comp below their level, and it is not really taken seriously in many cases. I'm not talking about my institution in particular, because I said I've been at a few, and that's generally across the board. It is not. I don't think we get out of those courses what we hope to get. So
what are you doing to help engineers quit staring at their shoes and meet somebody eye to eye and speak clearly and articulate thoughts?
We do it on a, I don't want to use the word case by case because it's not individual student by individual student, but many of us do things within our courses to try to help. I teach a leadership class every spring semester, and I can assure you that communications are a very important element in that class. It's not a required course, it's an elective, but many of our faculty in their upper division classes, as Dean Pascal said, they incorporate that into the coursework because we know it's important, and we know they have to be able to communicate, and we can't rely totally on the Gen Ed requirements to satisfy that need.
Good, thank you.
Yeah.
I do have one other question, and I promise I hope it won't take very long, but one of the things that we talked about in the grants to colleges is some sort of an outreach, and now with the advent of STEM at the high school level, you have almost a built-in base of kids that are potential engineering school entry-level opportunities. Do the universities have outreach programs for kids that are interested in engineering or kids that are STEM, active in the STEM programs at high school level? And one of the things that we had talked about is including that as potentially part of a grant to college.
That is going to vary quite a bit from institution to institution. I can tell you that we have an individual within the college represents us at college fair, high schools, and that person STEM programs because we know those are good candidates. As far as the grant program as to how to facilitate that, I'm not sure exactly, what would be the best way to approach that. But I think most engineering colleges have an individual or more than one that is focusing on recruitment and is targeting those specific programs.
And just please keep that in mind as a potential, this grant is a potential resource for helping with that.
In the actual recruitment?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that
materials.
Okay.
Outreach, any sort of an outreach.
That's good to know, because I don't think we've ever thought about that.
And the two that are here, you have the advantage of knowing. Again, I'll reemphasize the fact we've increased the recommendation for the budget this year, so you don't get 100% of what you don't ask for.
Right.
Thank you. Some clarity perhaps in the call for proposals would be helpful. So what is appropriate to ask for? We do have a variety of outreach programs. They tend to be related to either one of our most active student organizations, which goes into a large number of local, primarily elementary schools, to excite students about the foundations of STEM. We then also, a number of the National Science Foundation grants require some type of outreach component. If you're going to make it a part of these grants, I guess I would encourage looking at, does that advance your mission? And in fact, for us in our School of Engineering, we're overwhelmed with highly qualified applicants. We can't even accommodate everyone. So while we find great value in outreach, we always have to question, is that how we in particular should be spending our time and effort?
Sure, I understand that. That's good input. Thank you.
Yeah.
Got other questions, but in the interest of time, I'm going to cut myself off.
You've got time if you want it.
Well, we still probably need to do the ETSU entry too. It's 10:30 now.
I'd say go ahead and ask your next question, and then we can go to ETSU and really maximize the time.
Okay. Well, I would be glad to yield the floor to anybody else that has a question or a comment or a thought.
I guess I have a comment, Alton, and to what you were talking about. I think our desire might not be necessarily recruitment, but to just create interest at the K-12 level, especially the high school level. I was talking to Blair the other day, and he was saying when he went into landscape architecture, he really didn't know what the heck it was, and he was in college. And so, it's not there. Both of y'all are very high quality programs, and you may not have much of a problem getting having to recruit people. But I think in the future we're going to need more technical oriented students or people, engineers, architects, landscape, interior. We're going to need more of those. And it's almost as a question, what is being done to excite the students before they get to college to be interested in those professions?
Or to help them understand what those professions are and what they do.
Right.
What career paths it could create for them.
Right. I know if you go to a high school and they have a STEM program, then those particular kids, have some idea or should. But there's a whole lot of others that could be interested in that really don't know. And that, I think that's when we talked about maybe having some grant money to get into the high schools to, spread the news, so to speak. I think that's at least my idea of what that money would be used for.
Onto that, you're exactly right. There are two issues, and the issue I was responding to initially was recruiting people out of those STEM programs, and that's like the last step before they come to us. The broader issue is creating interest in the first place, and there are a number of programs. We have some that are unique to us, but there are quite a few that are cross-cutting that do help to do that. At College of Engineering, we have a STEM ambassador program, and we send anywhere from 30 to 50 students out as ambassadors to K-12, and they work with science teachers and math teachers, and they're in the classroom with students. So that is something that is happening in many places, and there are a number of NSF programs that support that. We have an urban STEM grant from NSF that is enabling us to give scholarships to incoming STEM students, not only engineering, science, technology, and math as well. But there are some federally funded programs that do assist with that, and we're very much engaged with that. But it's different than the last step, which is recruiting those people then into our individual programs. And I will say, I mean, everyone here knows that we're much different institutions. We don't have as many people trying to get in as Vanderbilt does, and we do have to recruit, and we have to recruit hard, and we go to those places where, locally in the Memphis area, there's a few schools that are well known for their STEM programs, and those are places that we, and not just Memphis, other parts of the state. We recruit fairly heavily up in this part of the state as well.
I have a question for one or either both of you. Suppose I'm a junior or senior in high school. What is the incentive for me to get involved in an engineering school? What do you forecast the need for engineers, say, the next 5 years?
Well, sections and where the needs are, and a lot of them revolve around information. A lot of surveys about the needs in that area, which overlaps with engineering, it overlaps with computer science, it overlaps in a number of areas. But if someone is looking, there are reports where these are the fastest growing areas and where the demand is going to be, and a number of engineering disciplines show up in those. Not every engineering discipline is as has a growth potential as others, but a lot of it revolves around information technology.
Another area that we're working in is helping engineers develop more skills dealing with risk and resilience, because as we have either aging infrastructure that is failing, we have a variety of threats, both human-made and non-human-made, or somewhere in between. We have greater risks to our community infrastructures, and so that's one of the things we're trying to help train more students in addition to the data sciences, which is influencing all of our different fields of engineering. We're also exploring some additional educational programs in environmental engineering and in digital fabrication as creation and manufacturing becomes more digital. So there's some things we're exploring. We don't yet have those.
Any other questions?
Not from me, Your Honor.
Mine's not necessarily a question, but just a comment. I am, as I listen to the presentations this morning, I'm impressed with what the universities are doing, and really appreciate you all being here and those who participated virtually. I truly believe, as you know, it's like I've been in this industry for a long time, and I know things have changed a lot. The communication aspect, that's something that we're all smart enough to figure this communication part out, but it sort of drives me crazy, you know, because I experienced the same thing. But we're smart enough to figure this out. And I think that we as universities are going to, we're changing too as our society changes. And so that's part of what our job is to figure this thing out. So we'll do that. But thank you for being here. This was a really great and helpful event. And I think we need to continue with this and continue to do this each and every year. Really would. And I look forward to when we can get everybody back in the same room and have those one-to-one conversations. So.
Okay. At this point, I think we could consider the ETSU proposal that we received yesterday that was not able to be discussed during the committee meeting. I have permission of the only person who's gone to law school here, I think. So just to recap where we are, after yesterday's meeting, I contacted or reached out and was able to contact ETSU. There was an error in submission of their documents, which we were able to figure out, and I received those documents last night and forwarded to the committee early this morning. I'm not sure if you have had time to look at them or if you're able to pull them up on your phone. I realize that's not the most that's not the easiest way to look at things like this, but I can give you a walkthrough, or if anyone's got a printout and would like to, that'd be just fine. In essence, what we're looking at is, let me scroll here, student body profile, total of 97 students. As far as I know, they have one full-time faculty, one part-time faculty. The total grant request for the university is $19,960. And in my time here, that's the largest ask that ETSU has ever made. I can read each of these paragraphs if you like.
Well, one of them I think is probably not allowed under the rules.
Okay, I agree. But why don't I read off the other ones, unless you'd like to?
Drive on, brother. You
okay.
Got it.
I figure I'll read the other ones off, and then when we get to that one, we can discuss it. But I think in the fairness of the proposal, we should probably read them all. The first one has to do with NCIDQ IDFX scholarships. To date, ETSU students have not been taking that portion of the exam before graduation due to test fees. This funding cycle, we have 13 students who will qualify to take the exam. Students pay for the test first and show receipt for reimbursement. 13 students, $400 test fee, $5,200. Design conference. Develop, pilot a yearly speaker series and design competition for all Tennessee interior major educators and regional high school students. This will be a virtual conference to expand the reach of offerings as wide as possible. ETSU and high school students will have no conference fees. This expense will start to cover speaker fees and technology fees. We'll be searching for additional college and university matching fees to help with speaker fees. Total of $4,500 in that ask. recruitment and retention activities. Develop and roll out social media presence for ETSU Interior Architecture program. Hire a digital marketing communication graduate student and an ETSU interior student to set up and run first year of initiative on multiple new social media platforms. Instagram, YouTube, insert your any social media platform here. Graduate student $3,000, interior student $1,000.
According to the guidelines, we cannot pay for the cost of a student or pay the cost of personnel.
Wage. We can't pay a wage.
Right.
Yeah.
That's correct. According to the rules, that is correct. The question I have for you all is, how would you like to proceed? Would you like to grant, which
I would like to make a recommendation that we offer the grant in the amount requested minus the $4,000 requested for the wages, which would be a total of $15,960.
That's good math?
That's good math. Yeah. unlike some other mathematicians or non-mathematicians in the room.
Okay, well, I added instead of subtracted. In my head, it worked. Okay, we can do that, or there's another option here. We could grant as requested with the caveat of accepting an amendment to this proposal in the amount of $4,000 for something else that does fit the criteria. That's an either or. We could do, we did something like that last year, but I'm inclined to do whichever you prefer.
One of the problems is if we offer that, do we need to offer it to other individuals, other universities too? Basically, we're saying, hey, come back in and ask for something different or ask for more. And,
Elton, we don't have the same condition on the other proposals.
We don't.
No. So this would be unique.
It would. Listen, actually, I think probably just a question of protocol. We have the members of the Grants to Higher Education Committee here, correct?
Correct.
Would we want to amend our recommendation first? Do we need to, or can we actually, since we didn't publish this and we're outside of our meeting limits, can the Grants to Higher Education Committee actually take any action right now other than make a recommendation to the board?
I believe council is researching that. Just one second.
If you just wanted to discuss right now and then reconvene with an official recommendation later on in the board in the board meeting this afternoon, we could do that.
Why don't we do that? I think that would probably be more appropriate.
Okay.
Is that okay with everybody else? Thank you.
Okay, so we'll revisit this topic during the committee reporting section of the board meeting later this afternoon.
I would ask that the members of the Grants to Higher Education Committee hold back just a little bit if we can right before we go to lunch so that we could talk about that before we go into the board meeting this afternoon.
I think that works well.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Well,
I have a question.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Pay attention, Brian.
Yes, you're recognized.
Sorry. Just a question about the grants, and I don't have them all in front of me, but to your point about offering other opportunities, were there any areas in the other previous grants that were discussed that were denied because of those types of reasons?
Not this year. In past years, yes. In fact, last year, yes. But not this year other than this one.
Okay, but this year we've awarded everything they've asked for.
We've recommended.
Oh, that's right.
award.
Excuse me. Recommended that full amount be awarded.
Correct.
Okay, that was just clarity on my part. Thank you.
But to, just, Mr. Thompson, to clarify that the rules do clearly state that wages are not accepted as appropriate.
Yeah. Yes,
Okay.
Michael. Thank you. But I was just curious about allowing them to modify their request for the additional 4,000.
I got you.
Just between the two options.
Sure.
Yeah. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay. Well, since we're going to continue this conversation later, I don't know if this session requires a motion for adjournment or not, but I believe we're at the end of the schedule for this morning, and I think we can go ahead and break, and we can pause our recording, and we will reconvene here at, let me make sure, we will reconvene here at noon, 12 p.m. for the full board meeting. I'm sorry, the Definitions Committee will convene. I have an old one here, excuse me. Let me pull up this one. Just a second. Okay, yes, thank you, Mr. Parker. The Definitions Committee will reconvene here at noon to discuss any and all things that were reported to them or given to them this year, and then the full board meeting will begin at 1 p.m. All right, thank you very much, and we can pause the recording. Where's the one? Thank you, Todd. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. This is day 2 of regularly scheduled October meeting of the Tennessee Board of Architects and Engineers Examiners. And we're picking up the afternoon agenda at the 12 p.m. Definitions Committee meeting. Mr. Parker, if you would approach.
Here are the hard copies I brought.
All right, we'll get these passed out in just a second. Would you mind? I'm going to take a roll. If you would, Mr. Parker, if you would give us a call to order, I will take roll while Morgan passes out these hard copies.
Thank you. Let's call this meeting to order, please.
Okay, Definitions Committee. Let's see. Mr. Parker.
Here.
Ms. Doss.
Present.
Mr. Barrick.
Present.
Mr. Wagster.
Here.
Okay. Thank you. That's all. That, according to what I have, everyone's present and accounted for.
Thank you. Looking for the agenda, the official agenda. I don't have it right here. Hang on just a moment.
We have the one you're talking about, the one we posted. That's potential law, rule, and policy changes. Then review definitions for board approval, if necessary, and then adjournment is all I've got. But we're free to work from your extended version.
That sounds good.
Okay.
That sounds good. I would like to. I also have handed out a sheet just and it's labeled agenda. It's just sort of my thoughts as I was preparing my thoughts for the meeting. Just a couple of things I'd like to think about. The Definitions Committee has been in existence for not too long. I cannot tell you exactly for the length of time. But you know, the sequence of events that have taken place, and then COVID hits, and so there's a slowdown in the overall process. But here we are again, and it's time to pull our efforts back together. Each discipline, I realize, has gone through and are in process or have finalized a definition for us to review. We as an overall group, and so we will move forward with that. But I'd like to get a report. I know that Maria, you have I guess at least 2 other times in the past day or so you have had to report this. But if you would remind the board and give us an update on any legislative items.
Certainly, I'm happy to. So as far as legislation goes, we do have the statute change for several items that we had worked on earlier this year related to decoupling and such. That was submitted to the administration and then passed on to the governor's office. At this time, we don't have confirmation or any further details on whether or not that will move forward in the 2022 session. But if and when I receive more information, I will be sure to pass that on to you all. As far as the rules, I can say we just had the progressive experience for the engineers. That was made a rule and is effective this month. And then earlier in the year we had the PDH rule that was passed. At this time, we don't have any other pending rules or anything in the works right now in the official process.
Great. Thank you very much. Questions from committee members? Seeing none, let's move forward. The status of definitions. I'd like to talk about the status of definitions with each of our disciplines. And Frank, if you don't mind, we'll start with architecture.
Yes, the architecture committee met yesterday and arrived at a proposed definition of the practice of architecture. And I guess the result of the meeting was we wanted to get that to
Frank, we can't hear you.
And we gave it to Maria to review and make sure that what we're doing is correct legally. And I think she was actually going to talk to Ashley Cates too to see feedback from the AA. So it's in the groove, but we're not ready to just present it as this is our final version yet.
Okay, thank you. And pause a minute and talk about this for my curiosity to make sure that the committee all agrees with this. I'm assuming that each of our definitions will be sent back to our attorneys for wordsmithing, for lack of a better term, making sure our language is consistent and works within the guidelines of the state. So that's the direction we will take, and I think that we should take.
Yes, certainly. And just to recap, when we go through the rulemaking process, that ultimately comes from legal, and my name will be on that. So I will ensure that each discipline, we're using consistent language and that is uniform, and it will definitely have my eyes on it, and all my chief and general counsel, everybody has to sign. It has to go through the chain of command. So be assured that it will have several eyes on it. And then also, as you guys are familiar with, the rulemaking process requires approval from the Attorney General and from the Governor's office twice. So we will have several different edits to this document, I'm sure.
Several opportunities to make minor tweaks here or there. So
raise one issue, it may or may not be an issue, but when this is actually presented to the board, it's my understanding that these will not be presented individually. It will be presented as a group, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong. And level, before we get into actually trying to make a rule, I would assume the board would have to vote to follow that path. And so, there's always the possibility I may not like the engineering version and vice versa, or the interior. You know what I'm saying? But there will be a point there where there's discussion of the board of everybody, not just your particular. Now, I don't expect any problems, but I'm just saying that's a possibility.
I think we need to build that into our review system. We absolutely do, because as Frank says, we'll take it through the system, the rulemaking system at the same time, all 4 disciplines. So that sounds reasonable to me. Any other comments? All right, let's move on. Engineering, Rob?
We have submitted our definition work to legal. It may or may not have gone to the governor at this point, but it's out there somewhere, and most of that happened before I came on the board. They did great work since I wasn't part of it, and that's where we stand.
Rob, I will say we have, and correct me if I'm wrong, Alton might know this too, just historically, but the last engineering definition I remember was like very, very long. Was it kind of like 5 page? Is that right? 5 pages long, or okay? Is it something we want to revisit for like cutting it down, or?
Rhea, I think if you remember, it was version 7 was the one that was finally accepted and recommended.
Okay.
And I think that we thought we had probably pared it down about as much as was safe.
That's good. I will go back through my files to make sure I have that version 7, and then just confirm with you all to make sure that I have the correct document to work from.
I think it's about 1.5 pages.
Okay.
There were much longer ones
Yes.
and much shorter ones.
Yes.
And ours was
middle
very
now.
much
Okay.
in the middle of
Great.
what we saw from other states.
Thank you.
And Maria, if you can't find that, please let me know. I've got it and I can forward it to you.
Thank you. And I appreciate your patience with that, because as you all know, we had several meetings on that. And so I kind of got confused where we left off. Thank you, Rob.
You're welcome. That's my story. I'm sticking to it.
It's interesting, Rob, that you weren't a part of this process, and now you sit in this seat. It's like, how can these folks do this to you? You know? So as far as the process and moving through the process here, I just want to make sure that I understand that we've discussed architecture and engineering. We'll get to interior design here in a moment, and then landscape architecture. But at some point, we're going to take this forward to the board. But when do we, as the different disciplines, have the opportunity to look at the other definitions by, the other disciplines? When is that going to take place? I suppose as I sit here in the chair position, I should probably lead this discussion, but I'm raising that question. When do we do that? And I would think that now would be that time, even before you start wordsmith, making minor adjustments here or there. Does that seem logical to the committee?
Yes.
It seems logical, but I was kind of thinking the reverse of that. So,
okay, explain that.
That she's already revised it to what we would actually propose.
Okay.
This might be helpful information just as an example. So with the architect definition, there are several things I know I want to take out just because there are references in our rules and laws that it would be a redundant definition. So for instance, if like Frank gave you what he has for the architect's definition at this point, it just wouldn't be accurate, because I'm going to go through and maybe make several revisions and take out definitions that are existing and maybe change a few words. So then we have kind of two things going on at the same time. My thought would be, and there again, that's up to your discretion. You all can do it however you please, but to have, I'll look at it, revise, submit it back to the specific discipline, and then they can say, now it's up for everyone else to then provide their comment, just for efficiency's sake. And
that seems logical to me. I had never thought it through this detailed, so that makes good sense. Frank, that's where you were coming from. Rob, that make you good? Melanie?
I think I think my question would be, do we want the format of the definitions to be similar? And I think that is, so is Maria, or is that what you're saying that you will do? Okay, so we just put forth the information, and so when the decision was made in the Interior Design Committee meeting yesterday to meet in December before the board meeting, have our definition ready to be submitted, at least for review. My question then is, after the Interior Design Committee feels comfortable with their definition ready to be put forth, do we submit it to, does the Definitions Committee then have an opportunity to see it, or do we submit it to the board that then will submit it to you? What is that? That's, again, and I may be asking a question that you all have already.
So I can jump in if
Please.
After the committee in question, whichever committee that may be, the professional committee finishes and revises their definition, they pass it out, and then it will be passed on to the definitions committee, because in essence you will have, just as a committee, you will have already agreed to any revisions that Maria has made. So in that sense, the definition will be complete and therefore would need to be presented to the definitions committee, and then that'll get passed out for passage to the full board.
Yes.
And just while I've got the hot mic, for my own clarification, because much of this work was done before I came on board, do we have any definitions that have already been reviewed by this committee and have been accepted? Or are they all still in an accepted position, or a submitted position but not accepted?
I don't believe that any one definition has been accepted by this committee. I believe that we are all creating this definition and, preparing our definitions through this process. So right now, the definitions committee has not approved per se any one definition.
Okay.
Committee agree?
Right. Nothing.
Makes sense. Okay.
Okay.
All right. You can see how, I know I started out really basic on the front end. I just want to make sure we all understand sort of where we come from, and let's get back online. And that's what I'm trying to do, is get us back on track. So, okay.
Start including definitions, conversations.
That's right. Exactly. Okay, that's good. So Melanie, you started talking about interior design, and you may have completed what you wanted to say, but if you would verify that.
The Interior Design Committee, prior to our committee meeting, I sat in on the Architects Committee meeting, listened in, and learned that there was a document on the A&E board website. And once we all found that document, then all kinds of relief became apparent. And because it was a document that was already in place that defined interior design, it was a very good format. The information was good. However, we do need to update it. So that is what we are going to use as our format to follow, and make sure that it follows registration requirements for an interior designer, as well as incorporates CIDQ, which is our qualification body, and is something that is acceptable and incorporates part of their definition as well. So that is the document that we will be reviewing, editing, and so forth, that we will present to Maria and have for discussion in December. So that's our plan.
Okay, that sounds good. So right now we have the engineering definition ready to go. We have the architectural definition ready to hand over. We'll be waiting on the interior design and landscape architecture, of which I am in charge of, or the LA committee is in charge of. We have prepared the definition. We've had the definition together for months now, and so it is what we will be providing you. And I prepared a sheet. Those listening in don't necessarily need to see this, but the definition of landscape architecture is the third box in this overall sheet that I've provided. And there are some areas of confusion for me in that when you get into the overlap of the professions, how will that be handled? And I think, Maria, that's where you and your expertise will be most helpful with that side of it. So, but the LAs are ready to go with this definition. So coming back around and summarizing, we have all four professions that are working on this. Interior is not quite ready. And at our next board meeting, I'm assuming there will be a interior design committee meeting, and then we will most likely at that time also need a definitions committee following that. Does that seem logical, Frank?
It does. I was just reading your landscape architecture. Are you planning to present this to what I heard?
Yes.
Okay. So you'll have that back to present to the definitions committee at that time?
That's correct.
No, that's...
To clarify, have the architects, are you providing that your definition to Maria now, or are we doing all that in December?
Well, we've already done it.
They provided definition yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay, so it would be my intent to take this and provide it to Maria tomorrow. How about that? Or I'll provide this to you electronically, and then it's yours. Engineers have already provided you theirs as well. Okay, so we're just waiting on interior, and so come December, interior will review and be ready to go, hopefully. And if not, we'll adjust down the calendar. But does that seem logical and fair that once the interior design committee reviews and has their definition ready, presumably December, then they hand it over to you, to legal, and then we move forward for a February review by the overall board?
I'm okay with that.
We would have, then in February, we would have a definitions committee to review and talk about all of them.
What we would do then is we would take the submission by the Interior Design Committee in December. If any revisions are necessary, Maria would do what she does. And then we would have an ID committee meeting in February, the day before the full board meeting, to review Maria's revisions and then ask for a passage or recommendation from that committee to this committee, which would then meet afterward to review all of the definitions at one time.
That's right. We'll review all the definitions in February of 2022. Okay.
Do we want to accelerate that, or can it be accelerated?
We could call a committee meeting with the interior design pretty much when you're ready. We just need to give ample notice to the public and posting and make sure that everyone is available for that. And it has to be in person.
Michael, I do have a question just real quickly on that, being a member of the Interior Design Committee. I mean, in essence, Melanie being the only one on the committee that really probably clearly understands what the definition of practice would be, having the certification to practice, we invited her to have the opportunity to prepare a definition. What is the, I want to make sure we're following the right protocol. What we talked about in the committee meeting was her crafting the definition, sending it to you distributing it out to the other members of the committee for review and comment, and then resubmitting everything back to you so that hopefully we could convene a meeting with due public notice at the December board meeting to talk through it and make a recommendation either to the definitions committee or the board, whichever one is correct.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that. Just make sure that communication regarding this definition also includes Maria, and we can approach it that way for a for the revision purposes, and then public, once the revisions are done off the initial, we'll then come back for a public in-person meeting prior to the December full board meeting to discuss the revised version.
And I was going to suggest, I don't mind, I've done this with other boards, like being the liaison between you all. You know, if you want to send that to me, and then I can get in touch with Alton and whoever else. Who else is on the Frank? Yeah, on the committee. I'm happy to just run that by all of you individually. That way, we are in compliance with our sunshine law and also moving efficiently.
Very good. Because I did not want to hold up the process, and if we can accomplish this before the end of the year, I think it would be great to get definitions out there, because the other disciplines are ready to go. Very good.
All right.
Thank you.
That sounds great. That will be our process at this moment. Now, I have one additional question, something that Frank said, or maybe Frank and Maria were talking about this. I understand that you are going to send the definition to AIA.
Yes, I was going to reach out to Ashley and see if she had any feedback for whatever final draft I come up with before presenting to the at the December meeting.
So I'm assuming you'll do the same thing for the other three.
I'm happy to do that. Yeah. I kind of rely on a little bit of feedback from you all and from the members who are present here from the associations, but if they have an interest and want to be a part of that and have feedback, I'm happy to be collaborative in that effort. But I would just kind of rely on you all, and like I said, them to reach out and provide that guidance.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I've asked way too many questions. And is any additional information anybody would like to discuss, or any additional questions or what have you? Seeing none. Yes, sir.
Excuse me. I'm not on the committee, but I do want to get a little ahead of myself here. We discussed committee appointments yesterday. And so if I can report this at the committee, our appointment discussions, we do have a vacancy on the definitions committee, I believe.
Yeah, currently there are only 4. We do technically have a vacant spot, as seeing as how the others are 5. It is the board chairs. Well, there could be a nomination made, and the board chair, my advice, I think, would be, if we're going to elect new officers at the ensuing board meeting at 1 p.m., and we go through the election, at which time I will get with the new chairman to review committee assignments, see if he wants to mix anything up, change things around, and also make sure that everyone has an appropriate amount of committee assignments and that nobody's overburdened, and we'll definitely make sure this vacancy is filled.
Thank you.
Yep.
That sounds good. Anything additional from the committee? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
One item. And Maria, we may or may not be able to do this because I think I left it off the actual agenda, but can we elect a new chairman of this committee right now, or do we need to do that next time? Definitions committee. Yeah. Please hold for clarification.
Mr. Chairman, I think since you've just barely started that you ought to continue to serve.
Well, we have a clearance. If you all are prepared to have a nomination and a committee election right now, we can do it. Or we can defer to the next meeting.
Now's good.
Move we reappoint.
That sounds like a nomination and a second. Is there any further discussion? Now, the nomination is to reappoint.
Understood that. Yes. Well, this is actually my first meeting as the chair, so I guess I should move forward to the next year. So I will accept that nomination. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I believe a voice vote is in order. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much.
Okay. So we are adjourned. This meeting stands adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you all. We will take a 30-minute break and reconvene at 1 p.m. for the full board meeting. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. It is 1:02, and this is the regularly scheduled full board meeting for October 7th, 2021. We are going to start things off with a call to order by Mr. Tibbs, and then I will take a quick roll call. We will acknowledge guests and then move to reviewing the agenda for changes and or additions. So, Mr. Tibbs.
Sir, I'd like to bring this month's meeting of the Board of Architectural Engineering Examiners to order.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Tibbs.
Here.
Mr. Burside.
Here.
Mr. Bricktop. Here. Mr. Parker.
Here.
Mr. Campbell. Mr. Campbell's absent. Mr. Barrick.
Here.
Ms. Doss.
Present.
Mr. Thompson.
Present.
Mr. Wagster.
Here.
Mr. Heathcote.
I'm here.
Mr. King.
Here.
Thank you all very much.
Well, if you don't mind, I'd like to take a point of personal privilege and take a quick interruption. And I'd like for Alton Heathcote to have the floor to make a special announcement.
Not up and down that it's okay to do this.
Pardon me?
Yes. Is it okay?
The chairman has asked for privilege, so
That's
yeah.
good. And thank you. Thank you for granting that. Abraham Lincoln said one time, of the many, many things that he said.
Never mind. I'm just joking.
I've got it, man. Hey, I'm not giving it back just yet. Whatever you do in this life, be good at it. And Indira Gandhi, Mahatma Gandhi's wife, told her children, you got two choices in this life. You can be the one that does the work, or you can be the one that takes the credit. I would advise you to be in the former because there's a lot less competition there. And we've got two employees, two members of this staff that epitomize those values about as well as anybody I've ever seen. Wanda Phillips and Cindy Toombs have a combined service to this organization of 66 years. And I will say on my behalf, and it's been my experience, and I think the experience of every member of this board, that their knowledge, experience, and professionalism will be benchmarks for all of the people that wind up following them. And Kara and Morgan, I'm really sorry that you have to follow in their footsteps, but somebody had to, and I'm sure you'll do a fantastic job. We will miss them and the significant roles and contributions they've made on a daily basis to our organization. And we want to express, as a board, our heartfelt gratitude for their service to our board, but more importantly, on a personal level for me, their friendship. We wish them both a very long, hopefully well-deserved, relaxing, and rewarding retirement. And this board would like to offer each of them our acknowledgement and thanks. But maybe more importantly, a little expression of our gratitude to each one of you for all of the contributions that you've made throughout this long and outstanding career. Thank you both.
Thank you very much. I think we can get back to our regularly scheduled program here.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I would like to do one. Please stand. Round of applause. Thank you, Wanda.
Rick is always a mentor to me. He just always tells me exactly what I need to do. So I appreciate you, Rick.
Thank you, sir.
So we're next to you've done roll call, so we're on elect officers. Is that the next thing?
Yeah, that is on here. However, to elect officers at this point, again, this is the nominations committee would probably need to report first. So as a potential adopted change to this agenda, we could either place the nominations committee right now and elect officers, or we could defer to later in the committee reports and add the nominations committee there.
Just do it at the end. I think
Committee
that's a good
reports?
idea.
Okay.
So if you want to move on, we'll acknowledge guests if you want to take it from here, Michael.
Sure. Just real quick, I want to say thanks to all those who attended in person and acknowledge that we have all four of our professional society disciplines represented here today in person. I believe this is a first for me. I know it's not a first for you, but it's a first for me to see all of them in one place. Yep, that's all of them. And so I just want to take a moment, acknowledge that they're all here and say thank you. As for announcements, I think the big announcement has been covered. Just for you all, as the board, I want you to know that we'll have a small, hopefully small gap where we are a little understaffed, but we're going to be working rather quickly to fill those gaps so that we don't, and so that we don't miss any beats or have disruptions in services. We're going to be incorporating elements of our property board to help cover those until we can get these positions hired. So you may be seeing some new emails or new names in your emails come through, but we're working on the staffing and getting it refilled, and we'll keep you posted as we move forward on that. Outside of that, are there any other agenda reviews or changes that anyone sees we need to add? There is one that I would like to propose as old business, something that we discussed last meeting, but next year's meeting dates that was never actually voted upon in last meeting, so we can add it to old business when we get there, if that's acceptable. Okay.
Do we need to add anything?
I think we just need an agreement.
Agree.
Okay. Because we can't, we have to establish meeting dates, so. Okay, thank you. So next item on the agenda is the adopting of the minutes from the August 2021 board meeting. Questions, comments?
Have a motion.
Chairman, I make the motion. We accept the minutes.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion carries. Now we're ready for the professional society reports.
Yeah, do you wanna call on somebody?
Sure. Casey, I probably should be calling your actual agency, but we'll call you first. So,
Casey?
yeah.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm Casey Anderson. I'm the Executive Director of the American Council of Engineering Companies of Tennessee and the Tennessee Society of Professional Engineers. Thrilled to be with you this afternoon. I've got a couple of things that are coming up. First, I want to say thank you to the engineers on the board who participated in our conference last month. We had a 3-day conference at the Franklin Marriott. We had 581 people in person at a meeting, which was a little bit terrifying. 6 different educational tracks. Went really well, knock on wood, as smoothly as it could. We have heard of only one case of COVID that came out of it, and it was someone who was fairly isolated during the meeting. So we are feeling very blessed about that, but really appreciate that that you all came and were able to answer a lot of questions about the proposed changes to licensure and all of that. And it was very well received and appreciated by everyone who was there. So thank you for that. We've got a bunch of stuff coming up that I think is of interest to some people. And frankly, there are some people I know who watch this meeting online. So in case they're wondering, we welcome them and all of you. We've got a Steel Bridge Forum ACEC is hosting next week in conjunction with TDOT and the National Steel Bridge Institute. It's the first one for us that we've done of this nature, and we hope to continue it year after year, but a really quality full day of speakers next Thursday, all about steel bridges, which is very timely for us. So looking forward to that. Would encourage you to attend if you're in that world at all. Our Engineering Excellence Awards are November the 4th. We've got 28 fantastic projects this year in a breadth of different categories. We did our judging last 2 weeks ago we had 18 judges, all from the public sector. Outstanding full day, really competitive, really well done. So I would encourage you all. I've got invitations for you all with me. You are welcome to attend. We will be acknowledging the 100th anniversary of the board while we're there, which I believe allows for you all to attend ethically because we are honoring you at that dinner. So if you would like to come, please let me know. I've got invitations right back here. I just need to know you're coming would be really helpful. So excited about that. A couple of representatives on the board, actually their firms have projects that are entered this year that are really, really outstanding. I'm excited about that. December 2nd, we've got some risk management seminars happening. We're going to do those in a hybrid nature, in person here, and then have people from around the state able to come. We do those in conjunction with the local chapters of AIA. And we usually have 100, 125 at each location. So we're hoping this year to have 100-ish in person and then probably 200 to 250 online.
Hey, Casey, just really quick.
Yes.
Is that in conjunction with risk strategies? Is that
yes, it is the Risk Strategies Roadshow. It used to be the Crow-Friedman Roadshow. It is now the Risk Strategies Risk Management Roadshow.
Just as a notation, I think the last 3 years it's been on the date that coincides with this board meeting. I wish they could shift that just a little bit.
I'll be honest, it also coincides with my national meeting of state execs. So I'm never at your meeting, nor am I at this meeting. We tried to move it this year and it just didn't work. But duly noted, going forward, I've been trying to move it for a couple of years. So I appreciate that, Alton. And sorry that you can't attend. To answer your question, Mr. Bricktop, you had asked about the need for engineers going forward.
while the deans were here, that discussion came up. And one of the things that we are spending a whole lot of time on right now, there's a tremendous amount of money coming into the state through the American Rescue Plan for water, sewer, and broadband. And the big, we're spending a lot of time right now trying to make sure that we've got the capacity set up, that we are helping the cities and counties identify the right projects, the right way to go. I'm sitting on the water advisory committee of that. I know Alton's sitting on a couple of ECD committee. We've got people who are in place trying to make sure that our engineers are aware of not just this as an opportunity, but also how are we identifying what really needs to be done across the state in a way that can be done quickly enough where those projects can be not just sort of announced, but completed by the date that they need to be. So we've got this huge influx of work in Tennessee to begin with. And then we have this I hate to say looming because it's so exciting, but this huge infrastructure bill that Congress has been debating. And what our research is showing us is that if the big infrastructure bill passes Congress and is successful, that the United States will need immediately 85,000 professional engineers. So it is, as much as we heard earlier that there's a big need for the IT piece and for that sort of infrastructure. The reality is we've got our firms are very focused on boots on the ground and making sure that we've got the capacity to do the work that is likely coming out from all of that, because it's such a great opportunity, both to rebuild things and to build some new avenues that will be of tremendous economic development benefit to Tennessee as a whole. So it's a lot. The need is large, and we're working pretty hard on it. And then I was going to talk a little bit about the special sessions coming up, because I do think there are some pieces of it. Nathan obviously will do a better job than I will about explaining all of that, so I'll leave that to him. But only to say that there are also some infrastructure issues and opportunities that come along with the redevelopment of the West Tennessee megasite. With Ford coming in and the TCAT and the University of Memphis, Dean Schweiger and I were talking back here about the influx of what that is going to do for the engineering community in West Tennessee. I think it's going to be tremendous, and we're all really excited about that. So there's a lot of really good stuff coming along, and we're just trying to make sure that we're prepared for it. So I also just want to say thank you, Wanda. Wanda has been so good to me and to our associations, and has been my go-to for everything for the last 6 years. 6 is a very minimal drop in the bucket of her experience here, but I'm grateful for you. That's all I have, unless y'all have questions.
Thanks, Casey.
Thanks.
She set you up, Nathan.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members. I'm Nathan Ridley. I'm here on behalf of the Tennessee chapter of the American Society of Landscape Architects. It's nice to be with y'all. Better live and direct than you did on the screens. As Casey did, thank you, Wanda. She's been, I can't list all the kindnesses and the amount of patience she's shown with me, because I'm probably the rookie amongst the group of professional societies just about the nuts and bolts of the operation of the board, and I'll always be grateful for her help and her service. Several items, and I'll be brief and gone. I'll be trying to remember my rule and to be a workhorse, not a show horse. The national meeting of the American Society of Landscape Architects is going to be here in Nashville on November 19 through 22, and we're excited. We're cautiously optimistic that's all going to work out, that we'll follow the protocols. If Casey can put almost 600 engineers in a room, I think we can do that with landscape architects as well. But I promise you, on the national level, they're more nervous than she probably was about doing that. But we're very excited. It'll be the first time for that group to be here in our city, and I'll send some more detailed information to Michael about that for distribution to the bigger group. There was a nice article, all y'all get trade society periodicals recently, and the landscape architects, they have a monthly magazine, and they had a nice article, and I'll also share this with Michael, about licensure on the line. It's not as hard for architects and engineers, but sometimes in the landscape architect and in the interior design world, we get legislative initiatives to say, Ridley, anybody can plant pansies. You know, I see your guys out there putting those flowers in the pots, and anybody can do that. You don't need to have a master's degree to be able to do that. And once you tell them what we actually do, that we don't want your children and grandchildren to break their legs on the playgrounds, they kind of catch on that maybe there's a little more to it with the Americans for Disabilities Act and all the complications that can bring, and just how important the design of public spaces is. But I'll distribute that article for Michael and for y'all, and if you get a minute, it's probably. She mentioned the special session. Our governor has become fond of special sessions, and our legislative friends, but this one's actually really important. It's going to start on October the 18th, so just a few days from now, and it will be to implement and provide the funding for the incentives that the state's going to provide for the Memphis Regional Megasite for the Blue Oval City, you might have heard it called. And I know we say we've sort of gotten spoiled here in Tennessee because we've had a record of good successes, but this is a really, really big deal. The city of for y'all here in Middle Tennessee, the city of Spring Hill, before General Motors arrived on the scene, had a population of 1,000, and now it's 50,000. Haywood County is going to see, and Brownsville are going to see similar growth. The project's expected to begin in December. The construction will begin in December of this year, and probably be 2025 before any of those pretty electrical vehicles roll off the assembly line there. So it's going to be huge, not just for Memphis, but for Jackson, and probably all the counties of West Tennessee are going to be impacted by that. And it's B with billions as the amount of investment. I think it's north of $5 billion and expected to have 5,000 employees when you couple the Ford plant with the battery plant that's going to be there. I think that's the news. Oh, whoa. There might be another special session, and I'm not sure, it's not quite as focused. Some of our legislative friends want to rant and rave about COVID. COVID was probably the most valuable player of the most recently concluded regular legislative session, but I'm not sure they've gotten it out of their system yet. And probably what has motivated this was President Biden's proposed executive order for any employer with more than 100 employees required the vaccine to show proof of vaccination to work. As you can imagine, in a bright red state that we live in, there have been some people who think that's not just a bad idea, but a terrible idea. But also, I'm not a very good lawyer, but I've always understood that federal law trumps state law. So I'm not really sure what the point of that special session would be, but I'd almost promise you that we'll have one. So, but that's all I have to say about that before I get into trouble. Let's see. I think that's the news. The ARPA money, the American Rescue Plan money, is really, really big too. Casey mentioned that. But again, billions of dollars flow into this state. And again, the focus on water and sewer and broadband projects will be really important for our state because a kid can't do his homework with that. A child can't do their homework with that. So anyway, that's all I have. Happy to respond to your questions, comments, or observations. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Really? Baltimore.
Chairman and board members, it's good to see you in person. I think this is for myself about first time I've been here in about 2 years, so since the COVID-19 pandemic hit, and it's really great to see everyone in person instead of on a computer screen. So, and again, I'll introduce myself for the record. Don Baltimore. I represent Tennessee IDEA, which is the Tennessee Interior Design Education and Advocacy Association. We are meeting together again. Our prime members, ASID Tennessee Chapter and IIDA Tennessee Chapter, are having in-person meetings, and CLEs, or well, CEUs, and other functions. So hopefully we're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. We have no specific legislation at this time for next year. We'll, along with everyone else in the board, monitor the special sessions on the West Tennessee Economic Development Ford Motor Plant, just to see what's going on, make sure nothing inadvertently harms any of our professions regulated by the board. So again, good to see you. That's the end of my speech, and I look forward to working with everybody during the next session. Thank you.
At least, Mr.
My turn. Ashley Cates, I'm Executive Vice President of AIA Tennessee. Let's see, I have a list of things. First, I wanted to show you all, if you've probably received this from Michael, it's the Tennessee Career Guide. And we were talking about pipeline and reaching out to the high school students about different careers. And I wanted to let you know, we just received these. They dropped them off about a month ago, I guess. So I really not just received them, but close enough. Architecture is listed on page 38, and then engineering is listed on page 58. Landscape architects and interior designs, I'm sure he would be more than welcome to put your professions in this this guide. But it's a published publication that is distributed to high school students in the Middle Tennessee area. Actually, it's the guidance counselors is where he drops them off. It started in the Middle Tennessee area, and it's moving outward. So it was kind of like a test run a couple of years ago, and the high school counselors have been really appreciative of it, and the parents too. He said the parents really like going through this book with their children and talking about the different expectations and professions. So we're once again in this, the Tennessee Architecture Foundation sponsors this, and AIA Tennessee works with the universities to determine the copy and the images. And so it's due for an update, and we'll be working on that in 2022. Also, I think the publisher is planning on having a PDF of this document, so then we can distribute to schools in the rural areas and get out to more children. So I wanted to share that with you all. I have plenty of copies if anybody wants an extra or two. So in addition to the pipeline, I missed today's talks, but AIA Tennessee, this is the second year we've held them. It's called the JEDI Talks for Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. And so we held our 2021 talks focusing on increasing diversity within the profession of architecture and how we can do that as a professional association as well as employers and firms. And so we had a really great discussion. We started off on Tuesday, and we kicked it off. We had the deans of the architecture programs participate yesterday, talking about pipeline. I missed it because I was here, but today we actually we wrapped it up with a presentation from Moody Nolan, and your groups, your firms walk the talk. So we were excited about that. We probably had about close to 60 people each day participate. So we will post those on our website, and we have last year's on our website, and feel free, I can send that to you all if you want to take a look at it. It's a really good conversation to have to address the diversity in the profession and what we can do to increase the diversity. Then moving on, World Architecture Month is this month. They've deemed October is World Architecture Month, and Governor Lee has proclaimed October Architecture Month in Tennessee as well. So we're excited. The local chapters are doing a lot locally to reach out to the public, to engage the public. So if you have a local chapter, or if engineers, interior designs, there's lots of outreach going on for the public to engage with architects. We have coming up, we were going to have our design awards in October. We're not going live. We have pulled the plug on the live, and we're moving along to virtual. So we're trying to determine, it looks like we might be in early December before we can give the awards out, but during the design awards, we also honor our lifetime achievement recipients, and I can't announce the recipients right now, but we have really two deserving individuals that I have a feeling you all know in this room. They're very dear and near to the design and construction industry, and so we're excited to announce that. During the design awards, we're also going to recognize the newly licensed architects. So I want to thank Wanda for giving us the list every year for the architects that are they're newly licensed, and we have to recognize the 2019 and 2020. And so for the original licensed in Tennessee for 2019 and 2020, I believe, and they have to be AIA members, but we had about 60 total. So we're excited about that, and they always think it's fun for them to be recognized for their hard work. The retreat, we're having our planning retreat, the state board. We're working on a new strategic plan for the next 3 years. We will hold that at Henry Horton this year, November 11th and 12th. And so if any of you would like to participate in that, we will focus on education, advocacy, and promoting architecture. That's the three kind of buckets that we've seemed to be going back to and continually to improve and see what programs we can provide for our members. Career guide, I'm looking down my list. Oh, other than that, we're really excited. Believe it was the Historic Development Grant was funded by the Tennessee General Assembly and proposed by Governor Lee. We've been historic tax credit, and the Historic Development Grant was supported this year with $4.8 million, and the administration has given out the grants for those projects, and they're from all across the state. They hit Memphis, they hit Upper West Tennessee, Middle Tennessee, so they gave out a really great large figure for projects across the state, and we're excited to see how those projects will help the communities that they're in. So we look forward to continuing to promote that and trying to promote adaptive reuse and making sure our historic buildings in the state are saved. So I think that's it. If anyone has any questions, and we will miss you, Wanda. So I hope you enjoy and treasure every minute of your retirement. So I'm sure that from what I've heard that you will stay busy. So we appreciate you. Okay. Well, thank you. Thanks for having me.
I think that wraps up the professional side reports. We are ready to move on to the legal report. Sir.
Sorry, Mr. Richtow, your microphone didn't pick up.
I would like to propose that since these were mailed out ahead of time to be read, that we allow the attorney to just summarize them rather than read them all verbatim.
It's not an uncommon practice in other boards for that to be the case, so it's discretionary.
It's discretionary. So what do you guys think? Okay with that, or like the idea? Everybody? I see everybody's at
unless there's some requirement to read it into the record, I don't see any sense in reading it again.
Okay.
We do. Obviously, this board reserves the right to ask questions of the reviewers if there are questions. So, while I don't know, I guess my personal preference would be some of the ones are lengthy and probably can be summarized more succinctly, and then give us the opportunity to ask questions if there are questions.
Well, Stuart, if you're comfortable changing it to summarize, and that sounds, we can move forward with that. Maybe do it since you hadn't prepared for that, just do it the best you can. And maybe in the future meetings you can do that.
I'm fine with whatever the board wants me to do. I mean, I could also just ask the board if they have any questions on number 1. I can just read in the record as the complaint number and then ask if y'all have questions, and then we can start discussing it that way. Because I'm
maybe a little summary is probably good, and then that is probably, but yeah, why don't we try that and see how that works? But
okay, I'll try.
Brian, we don't have this on our iPad.
Yeah, we don't have.
Oh, we don't have them.
If we do, I can't find it. Let me put it that way.
Which one are you looking for?
Legal report.
Legal reports on the iPad.
It should be in the meeting, but
Tell me where.
meeting materials.
Oh, it's in there.
It's the second one.
Keep scrolling.
Oh, okay.
You're there.
Yeah. Page 10, Frank.
There you go. That was last. Okay. All right, I got it.
Okay.
I have been straightened out.
Number 1 is 2021-049841. This complaint involves an employee of TDEC that was performing a hazardous waste renewal permit review. There were some questions as to the applicant. So the complainant decided to do a personal research of the history of the solid waste and was trying to do a notice of deficiency. And so there were some questions from the complainant, and the respondent basically said that those questions do not involve this type of permit review. And there were a lot of allegations that involve different rules that are not under this board. This complaint and the response, I think, was over 200 pages of different information. And yeah. And so what we finally determined is this obviously was reviewed by Mr. Heathcote, and we had an informal conference with the respondent, and we determined that there were no violations committed by the respondent. The complainant asked to be taken off of this review. They were taken off the review. So then I'll leave it at that. I mean, I know there were some concerns about the letter that was sent to the complainant, and the complainant felt like they were being forced to violate the rules. The language was harsh, but that didn't involve another professional engineer. Involved a different professional. So
just for clarification on that, Stuart, the department has the technical staff and administrative staff, and the primary complaint should have been against the administrative staff, not necessarily the professional staff. And one of the things after the informal conference, when we had a chance to interview the respondent and get the information that they provided, it became a lot more clear that the real issue probably lay somewhere else inside the same organization. And one of the recommendations that I made was that we close the case against the respondent, but send a letter of instruction to the organization itself, advising them that they could not ask a licensed professional to do some of the things that they were asking them to do. Stuart, I think you submitted that. It's in process maybe now.
I have expressed your concerns on that letter to my supervisors, and I do not have a response or a finalized response at this time, but they are discussing that request. But mainly this complaint is recommended to be closed.
Okay, any discussions or questions?
Well,
need a motion.
Well, before we do that, just to make sure we're clear, my actual recommendation was, yes, to close the case against the respondent, but to also issue a letter of instruction to the agency itself, where the respondent works, advising them that what they were requesting them to do violated our laws and would have violated our laws and rules.
Questions at all for Stuart? Can I?
Motion to approve. Also recommend.
We have a second.
Second the motion.
Proper second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Number 2 is 2021-047-681. The complainant hired the respondent to complete several projects under a time limit. The complainant is saying that the respondent is not, put them in a penalty stage because they haven't responded. And the claims of the projects were actually in Virginia and Pennsylvania. And I believe there was one in Indiana. So it looks like the respondent is properly licensed in Tennessee, and it appears that there are no projects completed in Tennessee. So this was reviewed by board member Robert Campbell, and the recommendation is to close because nothing was connected to Tennessee.
Proof.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, we have a quick discussion.
Yeah, just a quick discussion.
The one discussion in there.
am I reading this right? That the respondent practiced unlicensed in the other 2 states?
That's what's alleged.
Okay, and I understand that's not in Tennessee, so I guess we don't have jurisdiction or whatever, but we do require. Interesting. I mean, we do care about what happens in other states because we make registrants send us, information if they are disciplined in another state. Is there any precedent to alerting these other states that this person completed projects in their states?
There were complaints filed in those states as well.
Sure,
so
okay.
if something comes back, like the allegations in this complaint is what we have to look at.
Yes.
If something happens in the future in other states, of course, we'll be notified, and then we can pursue from there.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion carries.
And number 3 is 2021-056-341. The allegations in this involve an employee who is not actually licensed in Colorado, but they approved the application to sit for the exam, but the respondent never actually sat for the exam. They now live in Tennessee, so they're wanting to transfer those credits and everything to Tennessee to sit for the exam. But the main allegation here was holding out as a professional architect. And it was discovered after review that there were there were 2 websites that the respondent was holding out as a professional architect. And so that was really the violation. This was reviewed by Brian Tibbs, and it was recommended that a civil penalty of $750 be assessed using the appellation of architect without registration, and also to remove said appellations from all materials and websites.
Motion to accept that recommendation.
Questions about the case at all? Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. I think we may have skipped one.
I think so too.
Number 3.
Actually, the original one, that one has been redacted. So I will be submitting a different legal report. So the one that I skipped on there, I couldn't remember if it was number 3 or number 4, but we don't need to worry about that one right now. Okay.
Oh.
I'm saying it's number 3.
Number 3 is the one that
skipped.
We skipped, but he referenced number 3.
That's correct. We skipped number 3.
But he referenced 3.
On
That's
mine,
correct.
Well, mine's different.
Okay. The one that was skipped. Let me get you the.
But I may have misheard. I thought he said 3. Okay, but we were talking about 4. Okay. Thank you.
3 was redacted on your report. But
You know, in our effort to be brief, I guess let's make sure. I guess to read out. Did you read out the case number? Or did I forget that? Okay, never mind. That's all you can do is read out the case number, I guess.
we on number 4 for me and 5 for you.
Maybe just read the case number.
All right.
I think, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
I think that might be a good reason why, if we do summarize like we're talking about doing, which is fine, I think it, like Brian said, it ought to be enough of a summary to make sure we're all looking at the same one. And that was like a perfect example. That's good.
But could I make a motion that we just read them into the minutes as we normally have? Because this is I'm confused.
Yeah, I guess
this isn't working for me.
Well, I think the thing is we kind of threw it on Stuart.
Yeah,
Well,
this
let
maybe next
me
time.
just say the case number that was redacted is 2021-054061.
That show is number 3 for everybody in the meeting material. Okay.
Just go by the case number.
So now we're on the last case before the representations. It's 2021-063-731. This respondent was sent an audit letter, and it was determined that they did not complete all of their required continuing education during this audit period. And so this was reviewed by Melissa Doss, and it was recommended that the authorization to issue a civil penalty in the amount of $500 for failure to obtain the required continuing education and take the laws and rules exam.
That's the same person as Melanie Doss rather than Melissa Doss.
That's the same person. It's just, it looks like Melissa, but it's Melanie.
Yeah.
Whoa. I should have known.
I still move to approve the recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay. Any more discussion? Yes, sir.
I just want to ask, since you reviewed the case, so if an incorrect date was sent to the registrant about when the continuing education had to be completed, why are we issuing a fine on this person?
She was sent numerous emails with the correct information.
Okay.
But it was a letter that then followed sort of as the final bit of information for her to respond to, and she didn't respond to it even then. And then she was contacted indicating that once the letter was received, the board recognized, or the administration realized, that there was an error, and they immediately responded to that letter stating that it was an incorrect date. And so she still had plenty of time to complete her information and submit for the audit. And she just had a lot of other explanations as to why she didn't do it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I have a motion and a proper second on the floor. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay, motion carries.
The first representation is 2019-076-941. And there was also a subsequent complaint that had the same information, 2021-032-341. The update in this is that this went to court. The court found that the complainant was actually at fault for most of the situation and did not find fault on the respondent with their inspection or any of their reports. So in this order, it also addresses any type of pending complaints or anything out there that should be closed.
We'll say this was a case we had some time ago, and we were waiting for the court action to make a decision. And if the court came back and didn't implicate the respondent, then we were going to close it. And that's what we're recommending that we do.
You have any questions? I have any questions or comments? I have a motion.
Make a motion to close the recommended.
I'll second.
Proper second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
The next case is 2019-075-211. The update in this matter is the complainant has requested to remain anonymous and will not participate further with this complaint. The respondent contracted with the city to provide general engineering services, and on a as needed or as requested basis, the allegations listed above from the project in 2016 were raised in a city council meeting in August of 2019 because the respondent's contract was up for renewal. The issues were subsequently repaired and replaced in 2016 and 2017. The respondent resigned and terminated the contracts with the city in September of 2019. Although there were numerous issues with this project, the actions of the respondent do not rise to a level of incompetency. Mistakes were made, but the respondent does not have a history of complaints concerning recklessness or excessive errors. There has been no mental or physical disability allegations raised, and the respondent has been practicing this type of engineering for over 30 years. The city approved the projects with the respondent, but eventually became frustrated with the work, and the contractual relationship has been terminated. And this matter is more contractual in nature between the city and the respondent. So the new recommendation is to close this one.
Mr. Chairman, I move to close.
Motion. Do we have a second? Okay. Any discussion? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay. Motion carries.
And the last one is 2018-084-241. The updated information on this is the complainant was known to have a personal issue with the respondent and submitted subsequent complaints that were unfounded and closed without action. Complainant also was terminated from the local codes department. There's no other complaints been filed against this respondent since that termination. There is still some confusion as to the occupancy definition and requirements of providing stamped plans. The issue is moot because respondent provided fully stamped set of construction plans that were required by codes for permitting and construction. Drawings were also sealed by a licensed engineer. The building was constructed and has been occupied for 3 years with no issues or discrepancies. The respondent does not believe that he failed to protect the health and welfare of the public in the performance of his professional duties. He claims that he took into account all the local, state, and federal building laws when the state law specifically states that restaurants less than 100 occupants shall be classified as Group B business. The interpretation of the state law in the reference manual is that for a building of this size and number of occupants, the project is exempt from registration requirements as mentioned in TCA 62-2-102. The Architects Committee has met and discussed this issue of occupancy definitions, and I believe there's new language in the Tennessee statute that is in process of being adopted, and that will hopefully dismiss any further confusion. So at this point, the new recommendation is to close.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion or questions? Yes, sir.
Thanks. I just want to ask Frank, this was a little confusing, but it sounded like on the first review, we didn't agree with the respondents' view that this was a business occupancy and the way the code was interpreted. Are we now saying that this respondent was correct in their code analysis, or are we saying that the building was ended up implementing what it needed to be whatever assembly or whatever? What?
I have not seen his subsequent drawings and that was submitted and approved. I have not seen that, and stamped by an engineer, so that I can't answer that question. However, the argument was the local building department had adopted at that time the 2012 standard International Building Code, and so, even if you can pull out our, or pull out the TCA, whatever it is that says 1985 Standard Building Code, you have two codes you're dealing with in that case, and the department is always go with the most restrictive code. In this case, the most restrictive code was the 2012 IBC, and so and what he was doing was using the 1985 to try to get around this, but then using the 2012, which is a totally different code. There's totally different of how you approach fire safety in a building in those two different codes. The newer version is sprinkler building, and the older version is, separation. And so he was trying to use both, and I was disagreeing with it, and that's the reason why. And then he went and redesigned or tried to take 100-person restaurant seating area, put a 4-foot high rail down the middle of it and call it 2 less than 50s, which even in the IBC, less than 49 is business occupancy, not assembly. Anything over 50 is assembly in the IBC. So even that was not right. But what I'm reading here is he redesigned it, submitted it, and got an approval. And so I haven't seen any of that. And
Frank, when you say redesigned it like taking the wall out, and
I really don't know. I haven't seen it.
I just find, for me, I may be the only one, it's hard for me to close this case when we don't know what happened, because having a building built and still standing 3 years later doesn't mean that it's not a threat to public safety if it comes nowhere near meeting the code it's supposed to meet.
Just say one thing real
yes,
quick. So
please.
Originally what happened was that the respondent submitted unstamped plans based on what he thought was the occupancy definition. And of course the city said, no, it's this definition. And they were bickering over the definition. But eventually this respondent and a licensed engineer submitted stamped plans to get the building permit and approval and everything. But because of that occupancy definition bickering, going back and forth with it, this complaint was filed. So that's where it really started was
the reference to the 85 code is really just has to do with exemption, what needs a registered professional and what doesn't, and it's not saying that that's the code that's to be enforced to build buildings by. That's not what our law says. It only deals with what's exempted and what isn't, what needs a professional and what doesn't. So if that was the original complaint, that the respondent just wasn't providing stamp plans and then the respondent did, then yeah, I agree. I guess they did. They reversed. What worried me was it sounded like we've got a building with a bunch of half height walls that it doesn't meet, it just sounds kind of bogus way of meeting the code, but maybe that's not what the complaint's about.
It sounds like he resubmitted, and now they approved the plans. Yeah. Yes, sir.
So he resubmitted the plans, but we haven't seen the plans. Is that I'm confused. I mean, it sounds to me like we still need to do a little bit more investigation, unless I'm missing something.
I'm not aware of who reviewed. I mean, it says they were reviewed and approved obviously by a building official for a building permit. That's the same person.
Stuart, yeah.
It would have gone through the same person at Codes Department at that time. So it was basically the first time he didn't stamp it. Second time it was stamped by him and an engineer, and it passed, and they got the permit.
They have withdrawn the complaint, or since they no longer had an issue, or?
Well, no, that person was terminated in the Codes Department. The complainant was terminated. And then looking in this, I mean, this goes back 3 years, of course. But when I'm looking at it, I don't see any type of intent to harm the public in this. I do know, based on the other complaints from this complainant against that respondent, that they just didn't like each other. So that's all.
One other element to that, if you read on through, it says that after this period of time, which I think has been, like you said, Stuart, 3 years, there have been no other complaints by this department against this respondent. I still agree with Rick. I mean, the fact that they approved it and the building's been occupied for some period of time and with no issues, I still kind of agree with Rick on the fact that without seeing and understanding what was changed and what was approved and did it actually meet code or not, it's kind of hard to make a call on that. But the fact that I guess the reviewing agency felt like it met the code requirements and approved it, and the building's been occupied, may be a testament to the fact that they in fact did comply with the code.
That would be my assumption. Even though this has a certain odor about it, I kind of would also recommend closing it. And we have a new I guess is the word, to proposed to take care of this problem. And so that goes problem that's been caused by hanging on to the 1985 standard building code for 25 years.
Okay, with that said, that conversation, then I recommend that we accept closure to this complaint.
A promotion?
think you already have a motion.
Oh, is that when you did
I'll
the
be
so
happy to
moved?
call the question if you want.
That's okay. We kind of lost ourselves. I think we had a motion. Did we have a second already, too? Okay. So we just got a third.
Thank you.
Okay. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Okay. Motion carries. I know that finishes your report, and we kind of threw a curveball at you, but maybe as since you have some time to prepare, you can see a good way of how much information, and so that you can provide more, but maybe not the full rereading. I don't know if there's any other comments from the board about any suggestions for Stuart. I thought you did a good job, but I just, just so you'll know in the future.
Appreciate it. I will. I'll streamline it and make it much easier to understand next time. But also, I have submitted the revised legal report so that it's in the record. Michael has that, so just want to let y'all know that it will be corrected.
You did fine. Okay.
We'll be submitting the amended legal report with the minutes to be approved at the next meeting.
I really appreciate it. On to director's report.
I aim to have this the quickest part of the meeting, hopefully. The financial data is attached. We went over this extensively yesterday in the Finance Committee meeting. And what you see here on the first page is the year-end report, which shows the end of closeout of the year through June. Key points. Let me zoom in here real quick. Key points to notice here are the total revenue number of 1.5 million and some change. Total expenditures in the neighborhood of 1.18, and a net surplus of 348,000. Obviously, I'm using round numbers there, but that gives us a total reserve of 2.659 million. And I think it was decided yesterday by somebody smarter than me in the mathematical area that puts us right around, it wasn't you. That puts us right around 2.5 years of operational budget, which is good. We're required to have that. If we get called to the Hill for any reason, showing that much operational budget in the, let's just say there's for some reason downturn, we're in good shape. So any questions about finances? You'll also notice the second page is just the first month of this fiscal year, shows you July. I expect to receive the next financial report any day now. They usually come towards the beginning of the month. But if there's any questions, I'd be happy to entertain.
I do. I'm sorry. I should follow the protocols. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I butt in, and Michael, I'm not sure how we do this. We've got a finance committee. I was on the finance committee in the past, and I was trying to remember whether or not we actually projected revenues and expenses out for the next year. I guess I am questioning whether or not that's the role and responsibility of the finance committee to do that. We don't have a projection for what our revenues and expenses are going to be for the next year. We don't have a projection what our surpluses are going to be for the next year. Really, about the only thing that I know about is that we report on the revenues and expenses each month, and then at this meeting at year end, and then earlier in the finance committee meeting, we talked about amending the contributions to colleges and the grants to higher education. I'm asking, is there any sentiment that the finance committee should be preparing and evaluating an actual projected budget for the next fiscal year?
Not that I'm aware of. No, I mean, I've got some questions out to our fiscal people as pertaining to a budget. The department's budget is passed through an act of legislation, and then it's basically I can't even get into that because I don't know the process, but I'm happy to find out and have that discussion. But
I'm curious, and that's the reason I remember that conversation. What do we submit as a projected budget for our organization, and where does that come from?
I've not submitted a projected budget to the department, or I don't believe I've been asked for one either. I think that the fiscal or financial team just looks at general trends, and budgets are made thereof, or at least operationally, we know what salaries are going to cost. We know roughly how much money we're going to bring in.
Somewhere in the department there exists an individual or individuals who forecast all that, prepare it, and submit it to the legislature or finance committee or finance or whatever organization the legislature approves that.
I'm working on finding that.
Thank you.
Let me see here. I've got too many things open. Application and examination deadlines. This is brief. Just so you all know, there's a few pencil and paper exams still out there. Deadlines are December 1 for the April exam and June 15 for the October of next year. Structural is still pencil and paper, and there will only be a handful of those, but I just wanted to make you all aware of the dates, know that we'll be seeing an influx of applications relative to those deadlines. So if anybody asks you questions, or you can send them our way, or you can let them know what the dates are. Conference-wise, just a couple updates. I know Blair spoke about our visit with the CLARB group extensively yesterday, but I just wanted to say I think we had a great meeting out there. I learned a lot about landscape architecture, and I enjoy and value the opportunities to go to your professional meetings and meet with your peers and colleagues and the national leadership for those organizations. I think it's a great opportunity for us. And it's a great opportunity for me as well to acquaint myself with not only you, since a lot of that involves travel, but your professions as well. I was forced to participate as Blair deferred the invitation. I gladly participated in a conversation series that took us probably about an hour and a half, and it involved advocacy and how to approach advocating for your profession. The attendees got together and created an elevator speech about landscape architect, and we really focused on what set them apart, what the differences were. But some of the case studies, we did a good walk around downtown Phoenix, and I was picking up a lot more than I thought I was. I started asking questions, and Blair kept offering me mints for every time I'd get something right.
It worked out well.
It worked out well, but I see you'd like to add something.
I would just like to say that you certainly represented the state of Tennessee well. And one of the interesting, I think, tidbits that came out of it is you had a bunch of MBEs and MBMs in that meeting. Your perspective, though, being from a combined board, was different than most everybody in that session. So you come in with a totally different view of things, and it was very refreshing. It was very good. You were well received, and I certainly appreciate that.
I'm only sorry that we won't be able to do that for the interior design group, which was scheduled for November in Minneapolis, which I was going to make the case today is why Melanie and I should go, but they have gone to an all virtual format. And so instead, I will ask you for $50 is the registration fee now. And Melanie has a complimentary registration, so she's good to go. It'll cost $50 for me to attend virtually. And actually, I don't know, Maria, do you think you'd benefit from attending the interior design? Stuart, you want to? I mean, it's only $50, right?
Hey, Stuart, come join us.
Yeah.
Very good.
We'll put it on in the office, have a couple. Yeah, maximum $150. I would need you all to agree to that so that we can make that expenditure and put the request in.
You need a motion?
I need a motion, yeah.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion
Oh.
that we, thank you.
I just want to make sure it's in the invisible budget.
And I will second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion carries.
There's one other thing on here. The ASLA conference, I know we've already talked about that. It was already approved, and we've already put in and had the travel authorizations approved, but that is going to be here in Nashville in the coming weeks, and both Blair and I are going to be attending that. But if you're curious, let us know. And I don't know, there might be a chance to pop your head in and see what's going on at the ASLA conference.
I'll let you know I'm doing one of the things too, so you can poke your head and see me as well. So
good to know. Now this one is not on the agenda, and I mentioned it already before, but I just want you all to know that while we're all going to miss Wanda and Cindy immensely, I mean, they're the two most productive people on this team, I think, by far. Just want to assure you that we're working quickly and diligently to fill those holes, so there shouldn't be a gap in service from this program. And that's all I've got. Are there any questions for me?
no question, but comment. Just we do appreciate you going to our NCARB and those. That's very valuable for us that you guys are all reaching out and trying to join those conferences when you can, because it helps us a lot with the support. So just thank you for making that effort, and we really appreciate it.
Thank you. Let's see. Committee reports?
Committees? Yep.
Yeah. Don't forget we can put nominations at the bottom.
Yep.
Okay.
I want to cover the.
We're going to do that in old business.
Non-committee.
Thank you. The Interior Design Committee met yesterday, and the focus of that meeting was the definition. And the decision has been made to work on an updated and current definition based on the format that is currently on the website. Update that information, incorporate CIDQ definition, as well as some information that was in the originally proposed definition but was too lengthy. So we're going to work diligently to get that definition to 1.5 pages and submit that to legal counsel. And then again in December, and hopefully be ready for submission to the definitions committee and to the board by the December meeting.
Melanie?
Anybody want to add anything to that?
I'd like to know what the font size and is it double space?
I'll let you know.
Okay. George, Landscape.
Thank you. Yes, the Landscape Architecture Committee met yesterday, and this won't take but a second. We reviewed the current status of the statute change. I asked Maria that, and I'll basically paraphrase and say it's in process. It's in the system. It's not come out of the system yet, so we're just in process. So that's a good thing. Nathan mentioned a few moments ago that there is the National American Society of Landscape Architects meeting is being held in Nashville on November the 19th through the 22nd. So we're anxiously awaiting that, and you can imagine the full ASLA chapter, I believe, is very involved in that. So it's a really good thing. And as far as the committee goes, we also have looked at the definition of landscape architecture and spent some time on that. So that's been good. And I reported in the meeting that Michael Schultz and I went to the CLARB conference in Phoenix, Arizona. So that's all good. And you'll be glad to know that I was reelected as chairman of the Landscape Architecture Committee, given I'm the lone landscape architect on this board. That's the end of my report.
Thank you. Rick?
Sorry. Yeah, the Architects Committee met yesterday, and some of this has already been covered, but I'll just give you the highlights. Frank submitted to us for definitions, and Frank had gone back and utilized what was previously done, combined some NCARB comments with that, and also had utilized the consumer guide that's on the website. I'm sure everyone's familiar with where that's located, since yesterday or a couple of days ago I just found out it existed. So anyway, but that was combined. And it's a really good guide, by the way, if you haven't looked at it. So Frank combined that. We talked about it. Maria is looking over the language and is going to do a little adjustments with some input, I believe, with Ashley at AIA, and then we're going to review that again in December. Is that right, Maria? Yeah. And so that'll fall in line with all the other definitions. So that's basically where we are. We're pretty comfortable on our language. And so we're just going to wait for some feedback from the administration for legal on that. What else did we have? I think that's pretty much it, guys. Do you remember anything else that we need to talk about? Yeah. Okay. That concludes our report. Thank you.
We as well met yesterday. Probably our shortest meeting of all time. We did elect a new chair. Rob will be the chair starting next meeting. We had a few items to discuss. Probably the other thing we talked about mostly was to do with decoupling and as it may relate to comedy applications. We had a lengthy discussion about that in our short 30-minute meeting, but I think Maria is going to review that and provide us some additional assistance at our next meeting. I think that's it.
Very much. Alton, thanks to higher education.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As everybody knows, last year the Finance Committee and this board allocated $400,000 towards grants to higher education. I will report that there are 17 eligible universities that were invited to participate. Michael, correct? 17 universities invited to participate. Originally, we had 15. There was a complication with one of them subsequent to Michael's contact with one of the universities. It was determined that they, in fact, thought they had submitted, but it was an electronic error. Therefore, we allowed it to be submitted as proposed. Michael has been trying to contact the 17th one to see whether or not they had a similar issue or problem that is as of yet undiscovered. Michael has not heard back yet. At any rate, we have 16 that we have received with a total request of $362,157. Most of you heard already that the Finance Committee this year has the Grants to Higher Education Committee recommended that it be increased to $450,000. The Finance Committee approved that as part of the budgeting for next year. And you heard the conversations with the deans this morning where we are encouraging them to ask for help. And I think that, Michael, one of the things that we may want to consider is when we do our outreach to them, make them aware of the fact that we do have $450,000 in the budget and encourage them to ask for money if and when they need help. So the Grants Committee is recommending right now authorization of the expenditure of the $362,157, which again is less than what our budget was. And if Michael determines that the one outstanding potential applicant, in fact, meant to apply or think they applied, we can come back in December and amend that amount to reflect whatever they're requesting for this time.
Continuing ed.
The continuing ed committee that elected a new has to be the same one as well. I don't know that we took any special actions that I remember. We had some discussions. One thing up that update to the rules for the continuing education.
Frank, your microphone is not picking up.
You could just get.
That's that's part of my life is not being close enough to a microphone for some reason.
That's not usually a bad thing.
I always want to back away from it. You know, if you're a politician, you do this.
Yeah.
If you know. Anyway, I don't know what you heard or didn't hear.
I heard most of it.
But anyway, I was just saying that the continuing education update in our rules has been enacted. And so that's the main thing. Otherwise, that's our report.
Laws and rules?
Laws and rules. We met yesterday, and two orders of business here. I just want to read into the record the committee appointments, or standing committee appointments, if I could, and the committees, and then we'll go over the officer nominations. Because a couple of these I don't think got covered. Currently, the Architects Committee, we've nominated Brian Tibbs to be the chair. So that's going to hopefully be our new chairperson. And the engineers, I understand, Rob, you've been nominated to head that committee. That's correct. Okay, good. And then interior design, of course, is Melanie Doss. Landscape is Blair Parker. I think the change, let's see, I'll just go ahead and, the grants to higher education is still Alton Heathcote. Laws and rules policy, we've nominated Robert Campbell to assume the role of chair. The committee will stay the same, but Robert will be the chair. Outreach will again be Stephen King. Definitions committee, we are going to reappoint Blair to that role, and I believe there is a vacancy on that. 5 members on each committee, so on that one we only have 4. That's to be considered. Continuing education is Frank Wagster. Finance, Blair will not resume the chair on that. I will be nominated as the chair for the Finance Committee. And nominations, we've nominated Melanie to assume the role as chair on that, and I will no longer be the chair. So that's my understanding and notes from all the meetings. So, all right, down to the officer nominations. Our current officers are: the chairman is Brian Tibbs, vice chair is Ricky Bursai, and the secretary has been I'm sorry. Bryn Bricktaw, pardon me. The proposed slate of officers moving forward would be: the chairman would be Ricky Bursai, vice chair is Ben Bricktaw, and the secretary would be myself, Rick Thompson. So that's the nominations that are currently on the floor. So
Michael, this is jump to the nominations committee? Is that okay? Right?
I'm sorry, I rolled right into that. I was on a roll. My mistake.
I think it's okay.
Okay.
We did add nominations, so theoretically it could go kind of anywhere. So if you want to keep it here, that's fine.
I always yield to Rick. So if Rick says to go, I just roll with it. But I think he probably did it. It's just a matter of just a pause. But I think I'm okay to set a motion to approve the slate of officers. Any questions?
Yeah, you can motion to approve them all as proposed.
Yeah. Any discussion? Kind of motion?
Second the motion. Make the motion.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Motion and proper second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. Motion carries.
Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chairman.
All right. New officers will take effect at the next meeting.
Yeah. Okay. So that was laws and rules, and we'll move on to the finance committee. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
Finance committee met yesterday, and we reviewed the overall finances. We are glad to know this is what Mr. Schultz mentioned a few minutes ago. We, with a surplus in the buffer that we have, we are good for 2.5 years out, and we also have enough funds out there for us to reevaluate or potentially add the additional funds for the grants program. So we're doing pretty well with things. I think it looks like we're in good order, and everything seems to be working well. I don't recall if there was any other items that came out during the finance committee that were major items.
One that the running tally about the surplus be carried over to the start of the next year, which I'll have to talk to them. I don't know. These sheets are delivered to me from one of our finance folks on the team, but they get them from the fiscal department. So we'll have to bump that up, but we'll work on getting that done.
Well, this is comment, and this is kind of being with Alton on this budget, having a budget. And I've had the good fortune to be on a lot of boards and see a lot of financial statements, and I don't ever remember seeing one other than probably ours where they're in the budget comparison to where you are. When it's normally, if you're responsible, when you're on a board, you're somewhat responsible for approving the finances, and so having one without knowing where you're headed is kind of strange. And so I'm not saying anybody's doing anything wrong or anything. I don't think they are, but I don't know how you can really keep up with where you are without having something to compare to.
Was this something we as a committee need to talk about further? Sounds like we do.
I would recommend that we do, and maybe it could be as simple as just asking Michael. I know he's researching to find out who inside the organization prepares that for submittal to the legislature for review and approval. And if we could just get a copy of whatever they prepare and then review it and make recommendations, but at least it would give us something to track each month. And obviously at some point in the future, if there are any concerns or issues related to it, take appropriate action.
Progress. Will.
Sir.
Yeah, one point I remember a while back when we were discussing reducing some fees, out-of-state fees, our fees, and giving some breaks to the professionals. We did ask for some information on how that would impact us in from a financial perspective. You know, what does that do to our number? Does that take it down to let's say just a dangerously low number, or are we okay in that regard? And we did get response back from finance that showed what those numbers were and how it would impact us. And it was a reduction in revenues, but the way that was presented, that it was not something that endangered our budget. But we did have some additional information as we requested it. So just in conversation to respond, I think that's perfectly within reason to ask for information. And when Michael he'll get his information, and we'll hear about what that means. So I think definitely we can discuss that.
And if in fact, if in fact that we can get access to that information at some point in the future, we may, before one of our next board meetings, I'm not advocating calling for a special meeting, but sometime before one of our next board meetings, have a brief meeting of the Finance Committee. Let Michael send us that projected budget, have a brief meeting in the Finance Committee just to review it. And if there are any questions or comments or concerns, we can address it then.
And one other comment, and I'll stop, is that Robert Campbell was the person who actually requested that information previously. And Robert he's not here today with us, but he'll have a better memory of how that occurred, I'm sure, than I do right now. But so that's a good thing. Thank you.
Ready for the outreach committee? Outreach committee.
Mr. King.
I'm not supposed to hold it down. We did meet yesterday, and we had one item to discuss with the outreach committee, and that was trying to resurrect our newsletter. We talked about several options, and it was decided that we're going to attempt to have at least one newsletter per year. We talked with staff about the best time, and looks like sometime in the summer might be the best time, but the committee's going to meet again in the next few months to try to decide what kind of information should be included and try to get that going. It seems like there's a lot of interest from the board from having a newsletter, and we're going to try to work both with the board and the staff to try to make it happen.
You know, one of the things I'd like to make sure we put in that first newsletter is advising all of our members to be sure if they change addresses, either email or physical address, that they notify the board so we don't have the issues associated with, well, I didn't get my license renewal notification, because we hear a lot of that.
Okay. Definitions.
Definitions Committee met today after each discipline's specific committee met yesterday. And the purpose of our Definitions Committee is to basically assemble our definitions and go through the process where we can, in the end, come up with a definition and an overall general definition for each of our disciplines. And so, for example, the landscape architects, architects, and engineers, they have definitions ready in place. Interior design will have theirs in place come December. And so we looked at the calendar to see how this is going to play out in the coming months. I believe we're in good shape where everybody feels pretty good about where our definitions are. With the definitions we have in hand today, they're being provided to Maria and legal for them to review it and to wordsmith them to some level to make them a little more appropriate and remove duplication and what have you. So that's where we are with regard to the overall definitions. it is my hope that we go through in December and make some decisions, and then come February, we'll be prepared. February or possibly the following meeting, we'll be prepared for we as an overall board to review in final format. The sooner the better, the way I see it, but it needs to take the proper process, and so that's what we'll do.
So that includes all the committee reports. There's nothing else. We can move on to old business. I do know we wanted to make sure, although we put the next year's meetings in our minutes, I don't think we actually approved them. That's correctly stated, right, Michael?
That is correct. I had proposed. Gosh, I just lost them. Hold on. There they are. I had proposed a series of meetings for next year, and that was February 9 and 10, April 6 and 7, June 8, 9, August 3 and 4, October, I think 5 and 6 that's 2 days. That would be a Wednesday, Thursday. And then December 7, 8. Mr. Campbell and Mr. Wagster both had issue with the April date, so I believe that's why they weren't voted on as a whole. But I would like to, considering that we only have one meeting left in the year, I think it'd be prudent for us to put out a schedule for next year and go ahead and get those meetings posted as soon as possible. Just for the ease of planning for everyone. So I can look at April real quick. That seems to be the one thing holding this up. I had proposed April 6 and 7. We could do April 13, 14, which is the next week. And if that's okay, I'll repeat the dates so that you all can make the motion to agree to them as a whole.
Yes, go ahead and read it. I think we're all ready.
Okay.
She's got the pen out.
So,
Michael, before you do that, you are gonna. Can you just email these to all of us so we can include it in our calendars?
Yeah, you'll get the meeting invites and yeah. Okay, so February 9, 10. Now, mind you, these are all for 2022. February 9 and 10. April 13 and 14. June 8, 9. August 3, 4. October, and I want to make sure I get this one right. October 5 and 6. December 7 and 8.
Okay. Those are the proposed dates.
Those will be the regularly scheduled meetings. Other meetings obviously can occur as needed.
Sure. We have a motion to accept. We have a motion. We have a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay. Motion carries. Any other old business?
I don't think I have any, unless anyone else does.
So we had general. Oh, yes, ma'am.
I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry. No.
Mr. Chairman. I thought of something. We had discussed with NCEES had sent out that resolution of cooperation, and it was a contract, and they had asked for the boards to sign. And so I did review that with my supervisor and got a second opinion on whether or not it'd be up to the board, to sign this resolution. And basically, the opinion from legal is that you're free to enter into that resolution if you so choose, and it wouldn't be a binding agreement. So it's really up to your discretion. And I'm sorry if you guys are like having a hard time remembering what I'm talking about, but so yeah, just I think the deadline was mid-December. So even if you wanted to bring that back up at the next engineer committee meeting at the beginning of December, we could do that. But I did just want to make one comment. We talked to the land surveyors about it because they were asked as well as part of NCWS. And I gave them the same spiel of that. It would be up to their discretion to sign or to not. And but legally, you're not prohibited from doing so.
One question, Maria, if you don't mind, would you send the proposed resolution from NCWS back out to all of us? I know I filed that somewhere, but I looked for it before I came to this meeting and could not find it.
Michael, do you have that you could send?
I'll send it right now.
Okay,
thank you.
Yeah, glad you remember. It seems like that ought to be on the agenda in December because for the engineer committee meeting. Because otherwise we might forget, and you're right, the deadline is in December. Yep.
So under general discussion, I see there is 3 bullets. Michael, do you want to take through those? Plans, topic list, and
this is just generic kind of items, anything that you all would like to, since this is the kind of the big full 2-day meeting, all the committees, is there any plans or anything that you all want to lay out? This is really not for me, this is for you all to expound upon and talk about. So yes, future plans, topic lists for future meetings, if you wanted to talk about outreach or things like that, just in a broad sense that then maybe committees could drill down on. That's really all this is.
Recognize Mr. Bursaw.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I wanted to say the latest committee member list that I could find is old. It still has Susan Ballard on it and Kathy Ware, and so I've got a lot of marks on it.
That's right. You weren't here when we passed out the recent ones, but there is a much more recent version.
Okay, I would love to get my hands on that. But I think that we may have some work yet to do, and I understand that maybe the two of us, Michael, need to work on that.
As the incoming chairman, you have the power of assignment.
Okay, so when does that happen?
You and I can sit down at any time of your choosing that works out, and we can go over this list from the professional committees to the subcommittees.
Okay.
After today, it's all yours.
Okay. Well, maybe it's a time to say if anybody has an interest on a committee and that they're not on, it'd be good to know right now. Otherwise, we'll just be like dart throwing. Thank you. It'll be very calculated. We'll do a personality profile of each of you and match you up with the appropriate committee.
All right.
Anything? Nothing?
Mr.
Heathcote? Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Michael, I know that we've talked about this maybe ad nauseum, but in the past, I hate to keep using that terminology, but I always thought it was very, very beneficial when we traveled for this October meeting, and we either went to universities or we went to some other area. Like I remember going to Fall Creek Falls, but one of the reasons I like going to the universities is because there was a period where we would get to go speak to the individual groups. Like, for example, the engineers committee would go speak to the engineers. So, in that department, the architects would go speak to the architects, and so on. And we had immediate access to the deans, at least of that university, and those other ones that would attend. I know that there was an issue associated with being able to ensure that there were audiovisual facilities available for anybody that wanted to join remotely, but I would certainly think that any of those facilities would have those that equipment available and that technology available. But I don't know if it's the will of the rest of the board or how the rest of the board felt about, the traveling part of the October annual meeting.
We actually had a little lunch session about that. I don't know if you want to kind of repeat it, but basically there was still a cost prohibitive, but even the tech person rate. And do you want to?
No, go ahead.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll chime in. But feel free.
Well, we did have Ricky was part of it too. That because I've never had those except for one Vanderbilt session, actually, but because of especially because we're more virtual now, the cost of doing it at the state parks is prohibitive from the state, and at this time it doesn't seem like that's going to be necessary something financially that we'd probably get supported on.
There's also a technology gap in some cases that we need to ensure exists, that there is no gap, right? So that in and of itself would lead to, I think there are some facilities throughout the state, hands down, they have the capability. There are others that do not. So it would take a little looking into to see and make sure that we could, one, find a suitable location, and two, that it's cost effective, not prohibitive, and that it's not that it's made available to the public in every way, just like this is.
Chairman Bursine.
Almost. Unless there's an
so that brings up an idea. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
That knowing what we budgeted before for a meeting like at a state park or a university, and see, whether or not it's cost prohibitive. I mean, that's the only way we would know.
I mean, we're paying right now for everybody that comes in from out of town to come to Nashville. So, I mean, the costs associated with everybody going, I wouldn't think would be significantly more, plus the cost of coming to Nashville. I can't imagine some of the other locations would be as expensive as a motel or hotel room in Nashville.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, the discussion we had earlier today, Alton brings up a good point that half of those years we went to a state university, and they have facilities on state universities for the audiovisual that we would need. I don't think they could survive without having those facilities. So
I think those facilities fall under that category of up to date.
Yeah. So that's a possibility. And the other thing, as far as the state parks, it's just, I don't know. I am not the AV guy, but it seems like the world of COVID opened up ways for all of us to have remote meetings that are pretty darn inexpensive, just with a Teams meeting. And so I don't know if that kind of broadcast would meet the needs or whatever the rules are about it being accessible to the public, but it's what we did during COVID, so that's just my thought, that maybe we're assuming that the state park method has to be this high cost AV method. Maybe there's a lower cost alternative. Just a thought.
It's again, this is, I guess this would fall under future plans and something we can look into. I've got no experience with this whatsoever, and I think it's been a number of years since anything like this has been done. So I believe that there's a lot of staff. There's been some staff turnover since then, so it's something that we're going to have to, in concert with your input, we'll have to look at. I think, well, we kind of, I know there's nothing under old business, but we didn't address it. And, but I do want to take a minute under special announcements. And I would like to give the floor to Stuart real quick. He's got a quick announcement. We'll call it that.
I just wanted to let the board know that yesterday a notice of hearing was filed for a case that would be presented to the board, and a sitting ALJ for the February meeting. So just keep that in mind when it comes to February. We'd actually would start out with the hearing, and then you would have your board meeting after that. That's not set in stone. It could be continued. It could be settled. So, but I just wanted to give you the notice that look for that maybe in February.
Just out of curiosity, I've never attended one of those. How long does that generally take?
It depends. I would not suspect this one to last past lunch. I mean, you may begin like you did today, at 1 o'clock, but I can't give you a definite time.
That's hoping that it starts at 11. These things, yeah, there's a big variable in that. And like Stuart said, it's not even set in stone that it's going to happen, but we wanted you all to be aware of it so you can kind of mentally prepare. So if you do see it on the February agenda, there won't be any real questions, or, you'll know that it was coming.
It will start at 9 o'clock in the morning, so.
Anything else? Well, if you would indulge me at one moment, I would just like to say thanks and once again recognize my spirit guide thus far in this journey, Wanda Phillips. She's probably forgotten more. I know you've all heard the expression. She's forgotten more about how to do this job than I've learned or probably will learn by the time I hit retirement age. So I wanted to take an opportunity to thank her on the record for her guidance and everything that she's taught me over the past year. It's she's got big shoes to fill, and she's going to be missed, but she gave me her personal cell phone number a couple months ago, and I intend to use that. And I just wanted to say, Wanda, all the best to you. Fantastic career and fantastic job. You're going to be missed by more than just this board and more than just this team. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I would. Looks like you about to say something, Ricky.
Oh.
Go ahead, Ricky.
Okay. I never know if I'm supposed to ask permission to speak at a school. I've been asked to speak at UT Martin in November, and I've agreed to do so. And I can't remember if I just have to get permission if I'm going to ask for money, but I'm not going to ask for any reimbursement or anything. So
I think that any idea what's the event? I don't think permission is needed unless it's going to be filmed or potentially used as a publication, or is it an interview or what?
Ricky Burnside Day on the campus. No,
fireside chats. Fireside chats.
That's it. No, just the engineering dean asked me to speak to an engineering class about. It's not only about licensure; it's about what your experience as an engineer career-wise has been.
I don't see that posing a problem. Maria, I think, Maria's shaking her head. No problem.
Yeah, that should be fine. Just as long as, for the record, you don't speak on behalf of the board, but you speak in your capacity and role as an engineer and your experience.
And Ricky, if you need a chaperone, I have not been to Martin in some time, and I certainly haven't been in this role. So I'd be happy to drive over there as well.
Okay. All right.
That goes for all of you. Outreach is one of our priorities, and I consider those types of visits to be significant outreach, especially since the grants program is administered to the universities. So if you ever get invitations, let me know, and if I can make it, I'll be happy to join.
I will probably take you up on that, because when I speak around the Memphis area, I get 2 or 3 people, because students are less likely to fall asleep than listening to one person. 2 or 3 kind of breaks it up a little. But
Oh, I didn't say I was going to speak.
I know. I didn't want to. Well, I would make you speak. But yeah, I couldn't talk. I wouldn't ask anybody to drive to Martin, but with your offer, that'd be great. Okay, thank you. November, I want to say 6th, something like that.
I appreciate having been you guys' chairman. I know I've relied on you three for more than a lot, and especially most of those virtual, but I look forward. I think I may have probably been a while since somebody looked like me has been chairman, so I take it as a definite privilege, and I will now gladly pass it over to Mr. Bursai, and we'll move on to next. With that, I'm going to say the meeting adjourned.
Thank you all. We can cease the recording.